Chapter 7. Blueprints for Unity, China and Dutch East Indies. Speeches by G. Safarov and Tan Malaka, 1922. The great first tests of communist policy toward revolutionary national liberation movements in the East took place in China and the Dutch East Indies, Indonesia. The key issues in these experiences are laid out in the following speeches given in 1922 by G. Safarov and Tan Malaka. 6 months after the close of the Third Congress, the Comintern convened the First Congress of the Toilers of the Far East, which met for an opening session in Irkutsk and subsequently in Moscow and Petrograd between 21 January and February 2, 1921. Among the delegations from the Far East and neighboring countries, 52 came from Korea, 37 from China, 13 from Japan, 14 from Mongolia, and 2 from India. The Chinese contingent included several delegates from the Kuomintang GMD, usually translated Chinese Nationalist Party, a bourgeois-led insurgent movement that then ruled a large region in southern China. Its leader, Sun Yat-sen, advocated a form of socialism for China and wrote supportively of the social experiment in Russia. The GMD at that time maintained fraternal relations with the Soviet state and the Comintern. The main reports at the Far East Congress reiterated the Second World Congress strategy of support for national revolutionary forces while applying it to different national contexts. The crucial test of this policy lay in China, where the large and influential GMD overshadowed a young and small communist party. The most authoritative statement of Comintern policy came in a report by Georgy Ivanovich Safarov, a leader of Comintern work with Eastern peoples, replying to remarks by the GMD delegate identified only as Tao. References to land nationalization should be understood in terms of the Baku Congress call for peasants to take the land from the landlords and divide it among the peasants, tenants, and laborers who till it. CPP 138-41, a present volume. The following text, taken from the 1922 English-language edition of the Congress Proceedings, has been edited for clarity. G. Safarov, we support every bourgeois democratic movement in the colonial and semi-colonial countries, now and in the future, to the extent that it really aims at the national emancipation of the oppressed peoples. I believe that this statement puts our positions in a nutshell. It was made officially at the Second Congress of the Comintern and was already contained in the manifesto of its First Congress. It presents our point of view clearly. We say, in the colonial and semi-colonial countries, the first phase of the revolutionary movement must inevitably be a national democratic movement. We give our support to this movement as such to the extent that it is directed against imperialism. We support it now and in the future. G. Safarov. But we cannot recognize this struggle as ours, as a struggle for the proletarian revolution. To make such a statement would be wrong. It would do a poor service to the workers and peasants of China and Korea. The peasant masses, the proletarian and semi-proletarian masses of China and Korea, have a greater task to fulfill than that of national emancipation of their countries. They face the task of their country's complete liberation. Given that these proletarian and semi-proletarian masses of the city and village take upon themselves the task of the social emancipation of the toiling masses of the oppressed countries, it is wrong and fatal to arouse any illusions on this matter. By raising the slogan of a democratic government, of a uniform income tax, of land nationalization, that is, the slogans of the democratic revolution, we show that we are ready to cooperate with all the honest nationalist democratic organizations if they have the interests of the toiling majority of their country at heart. On the other hand, the proletarian and semi-proletarian elements must organize independently in their class unions. As for the unions now being formed as guild and craft organizations directly connected with the Kuomintang Party, we cannot recognize them as class unions. They do not understand the principle of class. They are not organs of the class struggle of the proletariat for its emancipation. We deal with you, followers of the Kuomintang Party, as our allies, friends, and comrades. We tell you openly and frankly, we support your struggle, now and in the future, to the extent that it is a matter of a nationalistic and democratic uprising for national emancipation. But at the same time, we shall independently carry on our communist work of organizing the proletarian and semi-proletarian masses of China. This is the cause of the proletarian masses themselves and must be done by the Chinese workers, the Chinese proletariat. The Chinese labor movement must develop quite independently of the radically minded bourgeois and democratic organizations and parties. This is quite clear to all those present at the Congress. A number of protests against Comrade Tao's statements received by the Presidium fully affirmed this. For a definite historical period, we can arrange for a division of labor between us, the representatives of the proletarian revolution, that is, the proletarian class, and the semi-proletarian elements among the peasantry on the one hand, and, on the other, the representatives of the nationalist, radical, and democratic elements of awakening China. However, both sides must understand that this division of labor must be based upon a voluntary agreement. The proletarian masses need not reject their own views. They need not refrain from organizing their own class party. Only under these conditions is cooperation and a voluntary agreement possible. Given that we want to organize the masses under our banner and have the majority of the people on our side, we must take up the vital interests of the masses, so they will follow us to the end, ready to die for our and their cause. For the Chinese peasants of southern China, the question of land nationalization is not one that can be settled from above by administrative reforms. For them, it is a vital necessity. We must therefore carry out this revolutionary measure, even in only a small section of the country, in order to show Chinese peasants living on the territory, held by hostile forces, that where a democratic regime has been established, the peasants live 1,000 times better, that their interests are 1,000 times more secure. Without a clear understanding of this, without a correct attitude on the land question, the great masses cannot be drawn into the struggle on our side. Working out a good program is not enough. Advocating this program within the narrow circle of so-called educated society is not enough. This must be made into the burning demand of the toiling masses. Only then will this program become real and living, a program of revolutionary action. Therefore, I contradict Comrade Tao's statement and claim that in order to arouse the Chinese toiling masses, it is necessary to do much preparatory organizational and agitational work. For the Chinese toiling masses to organize the state system that best suits the interests of toilers of all countries, the Soviet system, much preliminary work must be done. A relentless struggle must be conducted against not only the foreign imperialists, the warlord marauders, but also against the native usurers in the village and the native bourgeoisie in the city. It is not a question of taking power immediately, but of protecting the peasant in his everyday life from those who oppress and exploit him by charging him enormous rents which leave him a mere pittance, forging an anti-colonial united front. 9 months after the Far East Congress, a revolutionary leader from Indonesia, then called the Dutch Indies, reported to the Fourth Comintern Congress on an innovative alliance with Islamic opponents of colonial rule initiated by revolutionary socialists of his country. Ibrahim Datuk Tan Malaka also called on the Comintern to adopt a more flexible policy on pan-Islamism. A shift also recommended by delegates from Tunisia and the Netherlands and incorporated in the Fourth Congress theses on the Eastern question. Ibrahim Datuk Tan Malaka, November 12, 1922. Comrades, given the speeches by comrades Zinoviev and Radek and other European comrades, and given the importance the United Front holds for thousands of millions of oppressed people of the East, I believe I must take the floor in the name of the Communist Party of Java. I must address some questions to comrades Zinoviev and Radek. Perhaps Comrade Zinoviev has not considered a united front in Java, and perhaps our united front is something different. But what the decision of the Second Congress of the Communist International means in practice is that we must establish a united front with revolutionary nationalism. We must recognize that the united front is necessary in our country too, and for us it is a united front not with social democrats but with revolutionary nationalists. In our country, the policies of the nationalists against imperialism take different forms, including the boycott, the Muslim War of Liberation, and pan-Islamism. I am looking at 2 forms in particular, and therefore I ask the following questions. First, should we support the national boycott movement or not? Second, should we support pan-Islamism? Yes or no? And if yes, how far should we go? I must concede that the boycott is certainly not a communist method, but given the political and military subjugation of the East, it is one of the most effective available methods. We have also seen that during the last 2 years, this method has been crowned with success in the Egyptian peoples. boycott in 1919 against British imperialism, and the Great Chinese Boycott of late 1919 and early 1920. The most recent boycott movement took place in British India. We can assume that this year or next, some kind of boycott will be utilized in the East. We know, of course, that the boycott is not our method. It is more the method of a petty bourgeois, or the nationalist bourgeoisie. We can say more. We can say that the boycott is a way to support the indigenous bourgeoisie. But we have also seen that as a result of the boycott movement in British India, 18,000 leaders are still languishing in the jails, while the boycott aroused a quite revolutionary sentiment. Yes, the British government was even forced by the boycott movement in British India to ask for military assistance from Japan in the eventuality that the boycott movement evolved into an open armed uprising, a young Malaka. We know that the Muslim leaders in India, Dr. Kichlu, Hazrat Mohani, and the Ali brothers, are really nationalists. In fact, no uprising took place when Gandhi was arrested. But in India, we know very well, as does every revolutionary, that a local uprising must end in defeat, because there we do not possess any weapons or other instruments of war. So the question of a boycott movement, either now or in the future, is very much in the foreground for us communists. We knew in India and in Java that many communists are inclined to proclaim a boycott movement in Java, perhaps because the communist sentiment coming from Russia has been so long forgotten, and also perhaps because in British India, communist sentiments that were competing with this broad movement were stifled. In any case, we face the question, must we support this tactic, yes or no? And how far can we go in this? We have a long experience of pan-Islamism. First, let me speak about our experiences in the Indies, where we work together with the Islamists. In Java, there is quite a large association called Sarekat Islam, Islamic Federation, which includes many poor peasants. Between 1912 and 1916, this organization had perhaps 1 million members. It could well have been as many as 3 or 4 million. It was a very large popular movement that grew up spontaneously and was very revolutionary. Until 1921, we worked together with it. Our party, with 13,000 members, went into the popular movement and carried out propaganda there. In 1921, we were successful in getting Sarekat Islam to adopt our program. The Islamic Association spoke out in the villages for control of the factories and for the slogan, all power to the poor peasants, all power to the proletarians. So Sarekat Islam was making the same propaganda as our Communist Party, only sometimes under another name. But in 1921, a split occurred as a result of clumsy criticism of the leaders of Sarekat Islam. The government, through its agents in Sarekat Islam, took advantage of this split and also made use of the decision of the Second Congress of the Communist International, Struggle Against Pan-Islamism. What did they say to the ordinary peasants? They said, "You see, the communists do not merely want to split your religion, they also want to destroy it." For the ordinary Muslim peasant, that was too much. The peasant thought to himself, "I have lost everything in this world. Must I now lose my heaven as well? That won't do." That is how the ordinary Muslims thought. And the propagandists, the agents of the government, exploited that very successfully. So we had a split. Chair, your time is up. Tan Malaka, I come from the Indies. I have traveled 40 days. Applause. The Sarekat Islamists believe in our propaganda. If I may use a popular expression, their stomachs are with us, but their hearts are with Sarekat Islam, with their heaven. We are unable to grant them that heaven. Therefore, they boycotted our meetings, and we were unable to carry out propaganda anymore. Since the beginning of last year, we worked to restore the collaboration with Sarekat Islam. We said at our December Congress last year that the Muslims in the Caucasus and other countries who collaborate with the Soviets and fight against international capitalism have a much better understanding of their religion. We also said that if they wish to make propaganda for their religion, they can do so, but they should do it not in meetings, but in the mosques. We have been asked at public meetings, "Are you a Muslim, yes or no? Do you believe in God, yes or no?" And how did we answer? "Yes," I said. "When I stand before God, I am a Muslim, but when I stand before man, I am not a Muslim." Loud applause, because God has said that there are many Satans among men. Loud applause, and so, with the Quran in our hand, we inflicted a defeat on their leaders. At our Congress last year, we compelled the leaders of Tariqat Islam, through their own members, to cooperate with us. Then, in March last year, a general strike broke out, and the Muslim workers needed us, as we had the railway workers under our leadership. For the leaders of Tariqat Islam said, "If you want to collaborate with us, you must help us." Of course, we went to them and said, "Yes, your God is mighty, but your God has said that on this earth the railway workers are even mightier." Loud applause. The railway workers are God's executive committee in this world. Laughter. But that doesn't settle the question. And if we have another split, we can be certain that the government agents will be there again with their pan-Islamism. That is why the question of pan-Islamism is urgently posed. Now, first, you must understand what the word pan-Islamism actually means. It once had a historical meaning, signifying that Islam must conquer the entire world, sword in hand. This was to be done in a holy war under the leadership of the caliph, and the caliph must be Arabic in origin. About 40 years after the death of Muhammad, the Muslims divided into 3 great empires, and with that, the holy war lost its significance for the entire Muslim world. The notion of conquering the entire world for the Muslim religion lost its meaning. The Caliph of Spain said, "I am the true Caliph, and I must carry the banner." The Caliph of Egypt said the same thing. And the Caliph of Baghdad said, "I am the true leader, because I come from the Arabic tribe of the Quraysh." So pan-Islamism no longer has its original meaning, but instead has now in practice taken on quite a different meaning. Pan-Islamism now means the nationalist freedom struggle. For the Muslims, Islam means everything, not only religion, but also state, economy, food, and everything. Pan-Islamism means the brotherhood of all Muslim peoples, and the freedom struggle of not only the Arab, but also the Hindustani Javanese, and all the oppressed Muslim peoples. In practice, this brotherhood means the liberation struggle, not only against Dutch, but also against British, French, and Italian capitalism, that is to say, against capitalism of the entire world. That is what pan-Islamism now means in the Indies among the subjugated colonial peoples, and that is how they have spread the idea in secret, that is, as the liberation struggle against the different imperialist powers of the world. This is a new task for us. Just as we want to support the national struggle, we also want to support the liberation struggle of these very combative, very active 250 million Muslims living under the imperialist powers. Therefore, I ask once again, should we support pan-Islamism in this sense? That is all I have to say. Loud applause. Chapter 8. Fourth Congress of the Communist International, from the Minutes. The Anti-Imperialist United Front. The Comintern's Fourth World Congress opened in Moscow on November 5, 1922, and lasted for a full month. Among the 61 countries represented were 18 in Asia, of which 7 were under Soviet rule, 2 in Africa, and 5 in Latin America. 2 days of debate were devoted to the revolutionary movement in Asia and Africa, the Eastern question. A commission on this question developed an extensive statement on implementation of the decisions of the Second Congress and of the Congress of the Peoples of the East, Baku. The Fourth Congress also reconceptualized these decisions by calling for an anti-imperialist united front. Republished below are the 12 contributions to the Fourth Congress discussion. The opening speech by Van Ravesteyn was mostly informational in nature. Only his comments on policy are included here. For the Congress resolution, see Chapter 9. 1. The world proletariat greets the strivings of Islamic peoples. Willem van Ravesteyn, Netherlands. The world proletariat has only one enemy, imperialism. But this imperialism is neither a unified whole, nor does it face in the proletariat its only irreconcilable opponent. The greatest enemy of the proletariat and the Eastern peoples, and especially the Islamic peoples, is the British Empire, an imperialism that spans the world, based on its rule over India and its naval control of the Mediterranean Sea and Indian Ocean. The Islamic peoples have it in their power to destroy the bridge that sustains British imperialism. If this bridge falls, then this imperialism will also collapse. Its fall would have such a mighty echo in the entire world of Islam in the East that the French Empire too would not survive this blow. The liberation of the Islamic world from every form of European political domination, particularly as regards the countries of the Near East, is, in the interests not only of the peoples there, the peasants and workers in the Eastern territories not yet in the grip of capitalism. It represents also a fundamental interest of the West European and world proletariat. This liberation would lead unavoidably to the fall of Western imperialism, the destruction of the criminal imperialist peace treaties, the triumph of revolution in Europe, the affiliation of the West European Soviet republics to the Central and East European states, the liberation of the Balkan nationalities and their fusion into a great federation of liberated Balkan republics. The world proletariat greets the strivings of the Islamic peoples for full economic, financial, and political liberation from the influence and domination of the imperialist states. Although these efforts do not aim for the ending of wage slavery and private property in the means of production in the Islamic countries, they nonetheless threaten the roots of European capitalism's domination. For an anti-imperialist united front in the colonial countries, More India, comrades, the Eastern question should have been dealt with many times already. It should have been taken up in connection with the capitalist offensive, for when you speak of this offensive, you should not ignore the reserves on which capitalism is based and on which it can call in the future. But this was not the case. And now that this question finally is posed for debate, the time allowed is so limited that it is in practice simply not possible to handle the question in anything like a clear manner. Therefore, I am rather pessimistic regarding the possibility of portraying for you in a fundamental and detailed manner conditions in the Eastern countries, which in my opinion are quite important for the prospects of a decisive victory for the movement in the Western countries. But I will do my best, despite the shortness of the time at my disposal. The Second Congress of the Communist International settled on the main principles regarding national liberation struggles in the colonial and semi-colonial countries. It expressed the main principles that govern the relationships of the proletarian revolution and the proletarian movement in economically advanced countries with the national struggle of backward peoples. The experiences that we had gained by 1920 at the time of the Second Congress did not enable us to develop these principles very fully. However, since those days, the movement in the colonial and semi-colonial countries has experienced a long period of development. And despite everything that the Communist International and the Communist parties of the West have left undone and ought to have done in order to establish closer relations with these movements and develop them despite everything, we are now in a position to discuss these movements in the colonial and semi-colonial countries with more knowledge, experience, and understanding. The theses adopted by the Communist International's Second Congress confirmed that fundamentally the national movement in the colonial and semi-colonial countries is objectively revolutionary and thus forms part of the worldwide revolutionary struggle. It was therefore decided that the communist parties of the Western countries, and especially of the imperialist countries, should do all in their power to assist these movements. But at that time we did not know how these instructions and this resolution of the Second Congress could be carried out. Only a few then understood that the inclusive term colonial and semi-colonial countries embraced quite different regions and peoples. Furthermore, these regions and peoples included every form of social development and of political and industrial backwardness. Our view was that simply because they were all politically, economically, and socially backward, they could all be tossed into a sack, and that the problem on a general level would be resolved. But that viewpoint was incorrect. Today we know that the Eastern countries cannot be treated as a politically, economically, or socially homogeneous entity. Assuming the Communist International takes it seriously, the Eastern question is therefore more complex than that of the struggle in the West. The social character of the movement in the Western countries is uniform. In the East, that is not the case. The countries of the East can be divided into three categories. Firstly, the countries in which capitalism has reached a rather high level of development. In these countries, not only has industry developed due to the inflow of capital from the great centers of capitalism, but also a native capitalism has gained strength. This has promoted the emergence of a bourgeoisie with a developed class consciousness and its counterpart, a proletariat, which also has class consciousness and is engaged in economic struggle that gradually becomes a political one. Secondly, there are countries where capitalist development has begun but is still at an elementary level, and feudalism still constitutes the backbone of society. There is also a third level where primitive conditions still prevail, and the social order is dominated by patriarchal feudalism. Given that the lands termed colonial and semi-colonial countries can be divided into such dissimilar categories, how is it possible? to develop a general program or broad policy guidelines for them all in order to promote the development of a revolutionary movement? Our present task at the Fourth Congress is now to thoroughly elaborate the basic principles that were adopted by the Second Congress of the Communist International. Today we face the concrete problem of how to promote the movement's development in these countries. For despite all the differences just mentioned, in all of these countries we are dealing with a revolutionary movement. Yet, since their social structures are dissimilar, so too is the nature of their revolutionary movements. To the degree that their social character differs, so too must these movements' program vary, and so too must their tactics. Taking this into account, all the Eastern delegations present at this Congress, working jointly with the Eastern Division of the Communist International, have prepared theses that have been submitted to the Congress. These theses present the overall situation in the East and the movement's development since the Second Congress. They also indicate the guidelines for the movement's development in these countries. At the Second Congress, that is, immediately following the imperialist war, we noted a generalized uprising among the colonial peoples, resulting from intensive economic exploitation during the war. This great revolutionary uprising created a sensation around the world. There was a rebellion in Egypt in 1919 and one in Korea that same year. In the countries lying between these far distant points, we noted a more or less intensive and extended upsurge. But at that time, these movements were nothing more than great spontaneous risings. Since then, the various forces and social factors that comprise these movements have become more distinct, even as their economic foundations have developed. As a result, forces that 2 years ago were active participants in these movements are now seen to have gradually withdrawn from them or even to have quit them entirely. Thus, in the countries with more capitalist development, for example, the highest layer of the bourgeoisie, that is, the layer that already owns what one might call a stake in the country and has invested significant capital and built up industry, now considers it more advantageous for them to shelter under imperialist protection. For when the great social uprising took place at the end of the war and developed into a revolutionary tempest, it was not only foreign imperialists, but also the native bourgeoisie that took fright at the potential of this movement. In none of these countries is the bourgeoisie sufficiently developed to be confident in its capacity to replace foreign imperialism and then maintain law and order. In reality, they now fear that if foreign rule is overthrown, this revolutionary uprising could lead to a period of anarchy, chaos, and the disorders of civil war, which would be damaging for their interests. In other words, the industrial development of the bourgeoisie requires law and order, which in most of these countries was introduced by foreign imperialism. Given the threat posed to this law and order and the possibility of disturbances and revolutionary uprisings, it now seems more appropriate to the native bourgeoisie to conclude a compromise with the imperialist authorities. This, of course, weakened the movement in some countries. Nonetheless, this temporary compromise cannot shake the foundations of these movements. In order to maintain its rule in these countries, imperialism must seek points of support locally. It must have a social foundation and assure itself of the support of one or another of the classes of native society. Today, it has found it necessary to reject the old methods of exploitation, and it has made certain political and economic concessions to a sector of the native bourgeoisie. These concessions have appeased the native bourgeoisie for the moment, while also opening up broader perspectives for this class. They have acquired a taste for economic development and have created capitalist competition. For the moment that industry begins to grow in the colonial countries, it undermines the foundations of imperialist capitalism's monopoly. That is why the temporary compromise between the native and imperialist bourgeoisies cannot be of long duration. In this compromise lie the seeds of future conflicts. This imperialist policy of compromise has also been introduced in the second group of countries, where usury, commercial capital, feudal bureaucracy, and feudal militarism are the dominant social forces and the leaders of the national movement. But the results of this policy have been less satisfactory than in the more developed countries. The interests of the feudal bureaucracy and the colonial feudal lords cannot be as readily appeased as is possible between the imperialist and native bourgeoisies. We therefore see that in the course of recent years, the nationalist struggle in Turkey has taken first place among all the colonial struggles. But the recent developments in Turkey show us equally the weak side of this situation. For we know that a national struggle and national political awareness cannot develop so long as the social economy of the people in question is still dominated by feudal patriarchy. So long as there is no bourgeoisie that assumes leadership of the society, no national struggle can arise in all its revolutionary potential. Although we know that it is dangerous for the colonial bourgeoisie to continually make compromises with the imperialist bourgeoisie, in principle we must be in favor, for a bourgeois national movement in the colonial countries is objectively revolutionary and must therefore be supported. But we must not overlook the fact that this objective factor must not be accepted unconditionally, and that specific historical factors must also be considered. The bourgeoisie becomes a revolutionary force when it directs the rebellion against the backward and outworn social forms. That is, when the struggle is directed fundamentally against feudalism, and the bourgeoisie leads the people. In such conditions, the bourgeoisie is the vanguard of revolution. But this cannot be said of the new bourgeoisie in the Eastern countries, or at least of its main components. Although the bourgeoisie leads the struggle there, it directs it not against feudalism, but against foreign capitalism. It leads the struggle of the weak and undeveloped and oppressed bourgeoisie against a strong and developed bourgeoisie. Instead of a class struggle, this is, so to speak, a conflict within a single class, and as such, it presents a basis for compromise. Therefore, the nationalist struggle in the colonies and the revolutionary struggle for national development there cannot be founded exclusively and simply on a movement inspired by bourgeois ideology and led by the bourgeoisie. We now see that in every country, all these leading forces, the liberal bourgeoisie in the advanced countries and the feudal military, cliques in the second group of countries, are gradually making attempts to reach compromise agreements with the imperialist rulers and imperialist capitalism. This reality raises the question whether another social factor can possibly intervene in this struggle and wrest leadership out of the hands that have, to this point, directed the struggle. We note that in the countries where capitalism is sufficiently developed, such a social factor is already beginning to appear. A proletarian class is coming into being in these countries. And where capitalism has begun to oppress the peasantry, this has created a large mass of poor and landless farm workers. These masses are gradually being drawn into the struggle, which therefore is no longer merely economic, but is taking each day a more political character. In the countries where feudalism and the feudal military cliques still hold the leadership in their hands, we also see the emergence of a growing agrarian movement. In every conflict and struggle, we see the interests of imperialist capitalism coinciding with those of the native landowners and the native feudal class. When the popular masses arise and the national movement becomes revolutionary in scope, it will threaten not only imperialist capitalism and the foreign domination. In addition, the native upper classes will join with the foreign exploiters. We see a dual struggle in the colonial countries directed simultaneously against foreign imperialism and the native privileged classes, which indirectly or directly reinforces and supports foreign imperialism. That forms the basis for the question that we have to investigate. How can the native bourgeoisie and the native privileged classes, whose interests run counter to those of imperialism, or whose economic development is blocked by imperialism, be encouraged and supported in taking up the struggle? We must discover how the objective revolutionary significance of these factors can be utilized. At the same time, we must bear in mind that these forces can be effective only up to a given point and no further. We must be aware that they will go only so far and no further, and then they will seek to halt the revolution. We have already had such experiences in every country. An overview of the movement in all the Eastern countries during recent years would have helped us in developing our programmatic points, but this is not possible in the available time. Nonetheless, I believe that most of you are rather well acquainted with the movement's development in these countries. You know that the movements in Egypt and India have been brought to a halt by the fearfulness and vacillation of the bourgeoisie, and a great revolutionary movement that embraced the broad masses of peasants and the working class and seriously threatened imperialism was unable to cause it serious damage for the simple reason that its leadership lay in the hands of the bourgeoisie. This bourgeoisie is divided into two groups. The upper layer is industrially developed and presides over major industrial and commercial interests, which are linked with imperialist capitalism. This layer saw the danger posed by this movement and therefore went over to the imperialist side. It thus became a positive obstacle for the revolutionary national movement, with its weak social foundations. It did not have the determination and courage to place itself at the head of the great revolutionary movement in order to lead it forward. As a result, the movement, betrayed and misled by these forces, landed in its present condition of decline. On the other hand, we have the example of the Turkish struggle, which is taking place at this moment. You are aware that the significant victory of the Turkish people has not been carried through to its logical conclusion, thanks to the feudal military clique that at present heads the movement. Whether the Turkish people can achieve a complete victory and the full political and economic liberation of the Turkish nation has been put in question. In order to serve the interests of a small feudal military clique, who consider it more advantageous to sell out to a group of imperialists, this clique preferred to link up with one group of imperialists against another. That could lead to the enrichment of this group and to Mustafa Kemal Pasha ascending the throne in place of the Sultan, who was mainly a tool of British imperialism. But that does not in any way resolve the Turkish national question. And we know that during the 2 or 3 months that revolutionary forces around the world were celebrating the victories of Mustafa Kemal Pasha, they received word that in Free Turkey, liberated by the revolutionary power of workers and peasants, Kemal is now brutally persecuting all those who strive for the welfare of workers and peasants. That is proof of the fact that although the bourgeoisie and the feudal military clique may take the leadership of the national revolutionary struggle in this or that country, the time will come when these people will surely betray the movement and become a counter-revolutionary force. We must educate the other social force, which is objectively more revolutionary, in such a way that it can shove aside the others and take the leadership. Until that is done, a decisive victory of the nationalist struggle at the present time remains in question. Although we did not perceive this problem so clearly 2 years ago, there was already an objective tendency in this direction, and as a result we have communist parties, political mass parties, in almost all the Eastern countries. We know that the communist parties in most of these countries cannot actually be called communist parties in the Western sense of the word, but their existence shows that social factors in these countries are calling forth political parties, not bourgeois parties, but parties that express and reflect the demands, interests, and hopes of the popular masses, of the peasants and workers. They are replacing the type of nationalism that fights only to economically develop and politically reinforce the native bourgeoisie. The existence of communist parties in these Eastern countries assumes even more significance if we view the matter from another point of view. The bourgeoisie in the colonial and semi-colonial countries unfortunately arrived too late on the scene, 150 years too late, and is in no way ready to play the role of liberator. It neither can nor will go further than a given point. For that reason, the nationalist revolutionary movement in these countries, where millions and millions crave national liberation and must free themselves, economically and politically, from imperialism before they can make further progress, will enjoy no success under the leadership of the bourgeoisie. Thus we see that communist parties are necessary, even if for the moment they are no more than cells. These parties are destined to play a great role and to take over the leadership in the national revolutionary struggle when it is abandoned and betrayed by the bourgeoisie. They will be capable of carrying forward the struggle for freedom from imperialism. They alone will be in a position to assist the oppressed nationalities in winning full political and economic independence. These parties are historically destined and socially enabled to take up this task because they are based on the objectively most revolutionary factors, namely the workers and peasants. These factors share no common interest with imperialism, and their social status and economic conditions cannot improve so long as these countries remain under capitalist imperialist rule. That is why the national revolutionary struggle in these countries can achieve ultimate victory only under the leadership of the workers and peasants, that is, of a political party that represents them. Comrades, the need to organize communist parties in these countries brings us to the question of their program and tactics. I must point out that when the Communist International debates its program, it must take into consideration the fact that developing the International's program in the countries of the East is very complicated. It is all the more complicated given that, and this must unfortunately be conceded, our comrades of the Communist International have so far devoted very little time to studying this question. Before we write a program and develop policies to be adopted by the communist parties in the East, It is important that the International's different sections devote a bit more attention to these questions and study them more carefully. This would not be wasted labor, because the power of the bourgeoisie in its own countries is at present very tightly linked to the situation in the colonial countries. Imperialism is right now making the attempt to save itself through the development of industry in the colonial countries. During the war, imperialism, and especially British imperialism, considered it necessary to apply more flexibility in its monopoly of control over the industrial and economic life of the backward colonial countries. Thus, India, for example, which had for 150 years served as an agricultural preserve and source of raw materials for British industry, was during the war permitted adequate industrial development. The shattering of capitalist equilibrium in Europe forces imperialism to search for new markets in order to bring world capitalism back into equilibrium. They hope to find this in the colonial countries through the industrial development of countries like India and China. That is the way they are trying to resolve this problem. By relying on the raw materials of the colonial countries, imperialism seeks to guide its offensive against the European proletariat to a devastating victory. We must not lose sight of this tendency. Of course, we can raise the objection that this cannot happen, because it is in imperialism's interests to keep the colonial countries backward in order to absorb all the goods produced in the dominant countries. Well and good, but that is a very mechanical way to view the question. We must not forget that if we lengthen the skirts of the Chinese by a couple of inches, world textile production has to be doubled. Industrial development makes it possible to raise the living standards of 400 million Chinese, and thereby double the world's textile production. The industrial development of China does not necessarily lead to a reduction in production in the main capitalist countries. If these countries develop industrially, they need machines and so on, which they cannot produce themselves. The colonial market will be reduced and limited for some types of products, but where machines are concerned, it must be expanded. In addition, a portion of the production of Britain and other countries that was previously marketed in Central and Western Europe must now find new buyers, and that can happen only if the capacity of colonial countries to consume increases. As you see, the unification of imperialist and native capital in the colonial and semi-colonial countries will play a major role in the overall plans for the capitalist offensive. In order to be capable of resisting the capitalist offensive in the European countries, we must bring our striking force into alignment with the movement in the colonial and semi-colonial countries. The experiences we have gained during the last 2 years, in coordinating our strength with that of the bourgeois nationalist parties in these countries, teach us that making this link is not always practicable. It is necessary for us to have our own parties in these countries, and we must have them. Through the agency of these parties, we can utilize the bourgeois revolutionary parties to the greatest possible extent. That brings us to the question of the anti-imperialist United Front. Shoulder to shoulder with the United Front of the working class in the Western countries, we must organize an anti-imperialist United Front in the colonial and semi-colonial countries. Its goal is to organize all available revolutionary forces into a great united front against imperialism. The experience of the last 2 years has proven that this front cannot be achieved under the leadership of the bourgeois parties. We must develop our parties in these countries in order to take over the leadership and organization of this front. In the Western countries, the proletarian United Front tactic promotes an accumulation of organizational strength, exposes the betrayal and compromising policy of the social democratic parties, and leads to struggles. In the same way, the campaign for an anti-imperialist United Front in the colonial countries will free the movement from the fearful and wavering bourgeoisie and bring the masses more actively into the vanguard, so that the revolutionary social forces can constitute the movement's foundation and thus secure its final victory. Japanese workers are awakening. Sen Katayama, Japan, comrades. I am here to talk about the question of Japan and the Far East. Japan holds a very important position in the coming socialist revolution. Japan is the only country of the Far East that is genuinely independent, both economically and politically. Japan has great importance for the world's revolutionary movement because Japanese workers may rise up against the capitalist class in the near future. I would therefore like to ask you to listen attentively. We all know, and there is hardly need to say this here, that we must defend the Russian Revolution. Soviet Russia is threatened by Japanese imperialism. For this reason alone, the Fourth Congress and communists around the world should devote more attention to this factor than has been the case in the past. Japan is represented at this Congress in order to help promote world social revolution. I therefore ask you, comrades, to read my report on Japan and the situation there. I would like to enumerate a few facts in order to inform you regarding the situation in Japan. Population 56 million. National wealth 87 billion yen to 1917 production 8.372 billion yen. 1918 production 5.608 billion yen. Japan is the most industrially developed country in the Far East. For example, consider the following figures in thousands for a total of 7,364,000 workers. All these are wage workers who in some cases are immensely exploited. In the spinning factories, the working day lasts 11 or 12 hours, plus overtime. Women and young girls work in these factories. In addition, there are 4.16 million families of poor peasants and tenant farmers. A portion of the industrial proletariat among these workers is organized. In 1920, there were 838 trade unions with a membership of 269,000. In 1921, there were 671 unions with a membership of 246,000. And also 229 associations of tenant farmers with 24,000 members. Since then, these figures have, of course, grown. The Association of Landowners, which with the exception of 225 large landowners, is an organization of small peasants, has a membership of 1,422,000. There are also mutual aid societies, 685 of them in 1920, with a membership of 2 million. These latter associations assisted 3,169,000 people with a sum of 1,551,000 yen. Comrades, these unvarnished facts are taken from governmental reports. As regards the trade unions, the government has obviously tried to scale down their number. In reality, there are more. The Japanese workers are oppressed and exploited by the militarist government. Every attempt to found a liberation movement is ruthlessly suppressed. But the Japanese workers are awakening. They have had to learn European technology and methods of industrial management. It took 40 to 50 years, and in this time they learned everything. I well recall that when I was 13 or 14 years old, there were no factories of any account. In the entire country were only 25 miles of railroads, and we had never heard of coal and kerosene. All we had for illumination was candles. There were no machines in Japan but the water wheel and the spinning wheel. Today we have 6,000 miles of railroads, a merchant navy with a total displacement of 4 million tons, and, I am ashamed to say, a war fleet with 700,000 tons displacement. In 40 to 50 years, the Japanese have learned to build steamships, locomotives, and complicated machinery, while the workers are more and more oppressed. The Japanese have also been forced to learn the art of war. Japan waged war against China in 1894 and against Russia in 1904. The Japanese workers sacrificed themselves as cannon fodder, but they recognized that they were fighting only for Japan's capitalists. This was a true revelation for the Japanese workers. They have not only learned complex modern industrial technology, but have also organized a workers' movement. Our trade unions are still quite weak, but I must tell you that there is no Henderson or Gompers in Japan. The workers do not concern themselves with bank balances or union properties, but fight for the Japanese Revolution. In addition to wage increases, they demand reduction of the working time and control of industry, and they are determined to carry through their struggle for a new social system. Our trade union leaders understand the conditions of capitalism and show the workers that the capitalist system cannot abolish unemployment from the world, and that this will occur only when capitalism is abolished. Comrades, our workers are still backward with respect to the workers' movement, but I must tell you that we have no traditions holding us back and no reactionary worker aristocracy. For this reason, the movement has developed more quickly in Japan than in other countries. Most of the unions were founded quite recently, that is, in the last couple of years, but one trade union has already existed for 11 years. I would like to show you how the Japanese workers' movement has progressed. The Uikai, the Japanese Workers' Federation, was founded 11 years ago in order to educate the workers. Its founder was Suzuki, a student who boasted of being a close friend of the Tokyo chief of police. Yet, although this movement was founded for educational purposes, it caused a great sensation. Thanks to Suzuki's friendship with the chief of detectives, of which he was so proud, he received permission to found a workers' movement. The police even helped him distribute the publications of the American Federation of Labor. But the workers were not satisfied with a purely educational association. Nonetheless, it grew astonishingly quickly. Tens of thousands of workers united in the Japanese Federation of Labor, which then formed industrial unions. Despite its bourgeois founder, the movement gradually grew strong and radical. At first, they were socialist. But last October, at their annual assembly, the tone was outspokenly Bolshevik. The Federation includes 63 unions, with a total membership of 120,000 workers in all. At the yearly assembly in October, which I mentioned, it was decided among other things to prepare for a 24-hour general strike on 1 May. The delegates voted for immediate recognition of Soviet Russia and for closing down the League of Nations Labor Office. They also voted to press for more radical textbooks in the schools. In Japan, as also in the United States, children in the schools are supplied with textbooks that poison their minds in favor of the imperialist and capitalist classes. We have to carry out anti-militarist and anti-chauvinist propaganda. We see then that this trade union, founded 10 years ago under police protection, has since grown strong and revolutionary. Its left wing sent a delegation with the goal of affiliating to the Red International of Trade Unions. That shows that the Japanese labor movement is making headway. Comrades, I have unshakable faith in the Japanese workers' movement. In 1.5 generations, the Japanese workers have mastered industrial technology and modern industry, a task that took a century for European workers. Given that the workers have built up Japanese industry in so short a time, I maintain that they will also learn to conduct a revolutionary struggle, not only in Japan but across the entire Far East. As you know, Japanese and Korean workers, and in particular, the independent. Revolutionaries in Korea have joined together to pursue revolutionary work in the Far East. I know that in many countries of the world the Japanese worker is decried as cheap labor, and that this is an issue that must be dealt with in North America, Canada, and Australia. 3. But comrades, the Japanese revolutionary workers, indeed the entire trade union membership, do not lament the anti-Japanese movement in these countries. They have more important things to do than concerning themselves with the anti-Japanese movement, and they have found that they can carry out these tasks. The Japanese workers struggle and protest against the exclusion of Chinese workers. The Japanese trade unions combat the capitalists that so brutally exploit the Korean working class. The Korean Workers' Association in Japan is affiliated to the Japanese Federation of Labor. They are awaiting the day of full liberation of the working class, with the Russian Revolution as their example. For this reason, I would like to assure my comrades of all countries where there is an anti-Japanese movement that the Japanese workers, the advanced revolutionary workers, and radical trade unions are not preoccupied by this movement. They are expecting you to establish a united front against imperialism and capitalism around the world. I am happy to be able to say that the Japanese workers have already begun working for the United Front in the Far East. With the support of Soviet Russia and the Communist International, in February and March this year, we held a conference of the Far East, which established a united front. The Japanese, Chinese, and Korean communists are advancing in the establishment of a united front against Japanese imperialism. Comrades from the West, I would like to say that although you possibly have low esteem for the Japanese workers in your countries, you will certainly agree with me that an attempt must be made to smash Japanese imperialism. Is that not correct? We have organized under the banner of combating Japanese imperialism in the Far East. I would now like to say a few words about the women's movement. The Fourth Congress has somewhat neglected this point. Japanese working women are highly exploited. They are kept prisoner in the dormitories of the employers and work 12 hours daily in day and night shifts. In earlier times, Japanese women were forbidden from taking part in political meetings and forming political associations. However, these prohibitions have now been lifted. The Japanese women attend the country's best educational institutions and use their education to improve their status. They do not only participate in the country's political life, but many have already joined the trade unions. The Japanese Federation of Labor has many thousand female members. Women take part actively in every strike and help the strikers in many ways. They hold their own public meetings and deliver speeches that are so effective and gripping that they are sometimes mentioned even in the capitalist newspapers. Thus, even the Japanese working women have finally awakened. In the primary schools, the girls now receive the same education as the boys. Now, comrades, as for the Far East, there is a nationalist movement in Korea. This independence movement has grown ever stronger, and this has not previously been widely known. The national revolutionaries are now organizing to achieve their final tasks. They have discovered that a successful struggle for Korean independence requires the collaboration of Japanese workers. Japanese imperialism has become quite unpopular among the Japanese workers. Nonetheless, it remains very strong. Let me give you a relevant example. In earlier times, a mother who wanted to frighten her child would say that she would stick the child in prison. Now she says she will hand him over to the soldiers. The imperialists are preparing for the next war. For this reason, we propose, together with the Chinese delegation, that the Fourth Congress of the Communist International adopt a resolution against Japan's occupation of the northern part of Sakhalin Island. This will spur on Japanese revolutionary workers in their struggle against imperialism and for the coming socialist revolution in Japan. Chair, before I give the floor to the next speaker, I will read the resolution that has been introduced by the Japanese and Chinese delegations. Call for Japan's withdrawal from Russian Sakhalin. The Japanese and Chinese delegations to the Fourth Congress of the Communist International propose the following resolution on the occupation of Russian Sakhalin by the Japanese imperialists. The Fourth World Congress of the Communist International sends its greetings to the working people of the Russian half of Sakhalin and of the Far East, and to the working class of Japan. We condemn Japanese imperialism, which tormented the workers and peasants of Siberia for 4 years. The imperialists' withdrawal from the coastal and Amur territory and, finally, from Vladivostok, resulted from the heroic resistance of the working people of the Russian Far East, and above all the proletariat of the coastal region. It also resulted from the increasing resentment of the broad working masses of Japan against the intervention and the government of the Mikado. Nonetheless, the Japanese imperialists, who have been compelled to evacuate Siberia and the coastal territory, still occupy Russian Sakhalin, subjugate Russian working people, and from this base threaten the new Soviet order in the far eastern territories just freed from intervention. The international proletariat is convinced that the time is not distant when the militaristic clique that presently rules over Japanese workers and peasants will appear in the court of the victorious Japanese proletariat and will answer there for its many crimes. Among them are the crimes committed in the Russian Far East. Pseudo-communists compete for French bourgeoisie's high regard. Tahar Boudenga, Tunisia, comrades. I believe it is superfluous for me to read my report, a copy of which has been distributed to each of the language groups. I will limit myself to examining a few of the points in this report. French imperialism holds colonies that are close to the mother country, which enables it to draw as many troops and as much food from these colonies as it wants. It does this in part in expectation of future wars, and in part to suppress the proletarian revolution in France. Meanwhile, in North Africa, there is a stirring of discontent. The communist cells formed in Tunisia after the Tours Congress 1920 have not failed to make good use of this fact. Given the grave conditions that would follow from a proletarian revolution, they undertook to combat the danger linked to French capitalism's subjugation of the native population of North Africa. To carry out these tasks, we turn to the working class and peasantry, both through our daily papers in Arabic and our public meetings. Our success was so significant that the government took alarm and carried out persecution and arrests. It declared that our party was banned, which forced us underground. I must admit that the banning of both our party and our newspapers caused us great harm, because our activity was not limited to Tunisia, but embraced all North Africa. However, I must tell you that Comrade Lauzon of the French party took repeated steps to obtain a subsidy for our press. Thanks to the influence of some comrades, he was ultimately able to obtain a loan of 10,000 francs from La Humanite. In addition, Comrade Vaillant Couturier came to Algeria and Tunisia and was able to become acquainted with the prevailing mood among the indigenous population. He conceded that forces were available both in the city and in the countryside that were eminently suitable for a pure proletarian communist movement. What did the Central Committee do after the trip by Vaillant Couturier? It was not just a matter of carrying out propaganda. An ongoing campaign was required, not just in Tunisia, but in all colonies where discontent is prevalent. The party must therefore have a clear, definite action program for the colonies. The colonial policy of French capitalism consists of inciting the peoples under its rule against one another. Thus, in response to the conduct of Tunisian riflemen in the events of 5 April this year, French militarism stationed 2 brigades of black troops there. The Communist Party of France has still not grasped how useful it is for it to have a genuine and effective colonial policy. Rather, it allowed itself to be influenced by the pseudo-communists of Algeria. At its Paris Congress, it postponed discussion of the colonial question out of concern for electoral considerations. I must read you the letter sent on the eve of the Congress by the Central Committee to the Colonial Studies Group. The letter reads as follows. The Central Committee maintains its decision to postpone examination of the colonial question until the next National Congress, which will follow the Fourth World Congress. The Central Committee considers that the departmental elections in Algiers have an importance for the comrades of the overseas sections far beyond anything the Colonial Study Group seems to grasp, that these elections will take place not only on 8 October, but also on 15 October, that the most respected comrades of these sections will have to take part in these elections, and that in such circumstances it is absolutely out of the question to determine the party's colonial policy in their absence. Comrades, there is every indication that the party's colonial policy depends on the Algerian citizens alone. The same citizens who carry such weight for the party in its colonial policy have written theses that are utterly opposed to Moscow's 8th condition. I must read you some portions of the questionable theses composed in Sidi Bel Abbes. For this reason, the communist section of Sidi Bel Abbes is of the opinion that the native proletariat of North Africa can only be liberated as a result of the revolution in the motherland. Relinquishing this control, as specified in point 8 of the 21 conditions for affiliation to the Communist International, is not the best way to promote any kind of liberation movement in our colony. On the contrary, the task of the Communist Party remains increasing propaganda, building the trade union movement, and communism. It is not possible sincerely to follow Moscow's call. This makes the International seem insincere. Look at the thinking of these so-called communists, whom the Communist Party of France still tolerates in their ranks. The theses from Algeria continue. The first 2 series of articles correspond well to propaganda needs in Algeria. They were unanimously approved, and we want nothing more than the continued publication of many articles of this type. As for the 3rd series, we have nothing against the essence of these articles, which are dictated by purely communist motivations and deal with the ways that the 8th condition should be applied. But we would have preferred that they had appeared in the Bulletin Communiste rather than in Le Humanite, because the first is addressed only to a limited number of party activists who are well informed and capable of correctly understanding ideology and immediate possibilities. Since the visit of Vaillant Couturier, Le Humanite is circulated much more widely. It is read both by Europeans and by natives who have not yet assimilated communist ideas, but display some sympathy toward us and whom we hope to win over. The imperialist bourgeois press has adroitly utilized these articles against us. They were very shocked by what they judged to be our propaganda plans in Algeria and turned their back on us. Given the inadequacy of our local press and organization, we were not able to carry the polemic with them. So for them, it is dangerous when outspokenly communist articles appear in the press, even though they claim to want to carry out propaganda among the native masses. That is the mentality of these so-called communists. They say, further, the native population of Algeria can only be liberated as the result of the revolution in France. The native masses have been subjugated for centuries in a status of half-slavery. They are fanatical and fatalistic, patient and resigned, oppressed and imbued with religious prejudices. At this time, they still cannot imagine their liberation. They are content to seek a better life, which they believe can be achieved through reforms and the achievement of certain political rights. Achieving these results does not require us to carry out open communist propaganda in Algeria at this time. It is entirely unnecessary to publish calls to rebellion in our press or distribute Arabic language leaflets, as many have recommended. The publication of the Call of the Communist International for the Liberation of Algeria and Tunisia was a mistake. We see evidence of this in the fact that the bourgeois colonial press itself published this call in order to turn public opinion against us. and to some degree they achieved this goal, are thus competing for the high regard of the Henri Loredan France, who wrote this. Boudenga, this is the thesis of a communist section of Algeria. I will not dwell further on this point, but I do believe that the Communist Party of France should not tolerate gentlemen of this sort, and I believe that these gentlemen must be expelled. I hope that immediately following the World Congress, the French comrades, regardless of their tendency, will set about launching a communist campaign in the colonies by creating an official publication and involving comrades from the colonies in the work of the Central Committee. The French comrades must take note once and for all that the proletarian revolution in France is doomed to sure failure so long as the French bourgeoisie holds the colonial population under its rule. And the liberation of the colonial peoples will only be possible if there is a party in France that is committed to revolutionary action, not to opportunism. The Communist International must take the matter in hand by appointing a permanent representative of the French colonies. In my opinion, the British Party has also not done everything that it should have done. What has the British Party done to support the revolutionary movement in India and Egypt? The Egyptian Commission was looking here yesterday for any party that could take the Egyptian Party under its wing, and was considering the Italian Party for this task, even though it is solely the responsibility of the Communist Party of Britain. Communists should not limit their activity exclusively to the national territory without concerning themselves with the thousands of peoples who groan under bourgeois oppression and suffer the yoke of their own imperialism. I believe it is cowardly to abandon peoples whose liberation and future depends on the Communist Party alone, as is the case with the British Party. In addition, Comrade Malaka was recently in an awkward situation over the question of whether he could support pan-Islamism. There is no cause for awkwardness here. Pan-Islamism means nothing other than the unification of all Muslims against their oppressors. It must therefore be supported. Questions of a religious nature have posed barriers to the development of communism. We have experienced the same difficulties in Tunisia that you have in Java. Whenever people argue with us that communism is incompatible with Islam, we point out to these smart alecks in public. Meetings that the Islamic religion does not recognize wage labor, which is a most noble foundation of this religion. In addition, we point out that our opponents, if they truly wish to be religious, must begin the application of their religious principles by giving each year 1/10 of their property, capital and profits included, to those who are unable to work. I can tell you that each time they try to argue with us by pointing to religious principles, they burn their fingers. I believe that the concerns of Comrade Malaka are groundless. Our ideas have made greater gains among the Muslims than we foresaw. From every corner of the Muslim world, we received numerous good wishes because of the manner in which we wished to apply communism in the Muslim countries. This was especially true when we still had our Arabic publications. In light of the presence of the revolutionary movement in North Africa and other colonies, it is necessary for the Communist Party of France, in agreement with the International and the responsible comrades from the colonies, to carry out an effective ongoing campaign in these countries and to lead the movement there in our direction. I hope that the Congress will adopt the conclusions of my report, which will contribute to the victory of communist ideas among the oppressed peoples. In North and West Africa, it is superfluous to make provision for a period of transition. I am certain that we will go over from the feudal system directly to communism without first having to go through a period of indigenous capitalism. In Tunisia and Algeria, there are already fields that are cultivated collectively. Granted, this is a patriarchal communism, but we can nonetheless develop it, reform it, and replace it by fully developed communism. I close by presenting my greetings to this Congress of the International. Applause. Protest against reduction of speaking time. Ludwig Katterfeld Chair, the following protest has been submitted. The delegations of the following countries hereby protest the fact that the Presidium and the Congress, by reducing speaking time at the last moment, has not devoted appropriate attention to the question of the East and the colonies. This protest is signed by delegations from Japan, Britain, Turkey, Ankara, Poland, Belgium, Australia, India, Java, Egypt, Persia, Iran, Tunisia, Morocco, and Switzerland. We must link up with revolutionaries in the colonies. Harry Webb, Britain. Comrades, at the risk of coming under fire from Comrade Radek for discussing the 21 points under this important question, that of the East, I wish to refer again to the 21 points adopted by the Second Congress of the Communist International, or rather to the 8th of these points. In his speech to this Congress, Comrade Lenin warned the parties affiliated to the Communist International against coming to the Congress or sending delegates, and voting for various principles set down in the theses and statutes of the International without fully understanding the consequences of the principles they are approving. When the 21 points were adopted by the Second Congress, so too were the theses on the nationalities question and the colonies. Since that time, there has been an enormous evolution in the international workers' movement. And we can state confidently, without fear of objection from Comrade Radek or any other comrade of the Communist International, that the communist parties around the world have not understood the consequences of the theses on the nationalities question adopted by the Second Congress of the International. Point 8 of the 21 points reads as follows. In countries whose bourgeoisies possess colonies and oppress other nations, it is necessary that the parties have an especially clear and well-defined position on the question of colonies and oppressed nations. Every party wishing to belong to the Communist International is obligated to expose the tricks of its own imperialists in the colonies, to support every liberation movement in the colonies not only in words but in deeds, to demand that the imperialists of its country be driven out of these colonies, to instill in the hearts of the workers of its country a truly fraternal attitude toward the laboring people in the colonies and toward the oppressed nations, and to conduct systematic agitation among its country's troops against all oppression of colonial peoples. That was the decision of the Second Congress of the Communist International. Since that time, we have seen the rise in the national revolutionary movement in Egypt, Persia, Mesopotamia, Iraq, and Turkey. And still, we can be confident in saying that not even the most mature communist parties. I am not referring to little parties or revolutionary groups that are on the path to development toward becoming a communist party, but the developed communist parties that belong to the Communist International. Not even these parties have been aware of the responsibilities toward the national movement that I have just read out. In the draft theses on the national and colonial question, Comrade Lenin pointed out to the Second Congress of the Communist International the importance, on the one hand, of a group of advanced revolutionary movements in the advanced capitalist countries, and, on the other hand, of the array of revolutionary nationalist forces around Russia. In this preliminary draft, Comrade Lenin establishes that we cannot be content with simply recognizing in the program that we must link up with these revolutionary nationalist movements and the colonies. We cannot restrict ourselves to a simple declaration. We must work out a policy defined by the level of development of the bourgeois democratic liberation movement in these countries. It is true that the party that I am speaking for has been criticized for its stand on the question of the colonies and the national movements. In the territories of Britain's world empire, we have freedom movements in Ireland, Egypt, and elsewhere in Africa, and India, as well as in the other colonies that make up this empire. But our sins of omission can mostly be put down to the fact that our party is still very small and also very new. Countless internal difficulties must be overcome before it can devote appropriate attention to the problems of national movements. In a book written before the Russian Revolution, Comrade Trotsky criticized the strongest section of the Second International, the Social Democratic Party of Germany, showing that it had developed to a social imperialist party. I would like to particularly stress today that we must do all we can to exclude from the Communist International all forces that seek to turn it into an international of communist imperialism, similar to the socialist imperialism characteristic of social democracy. There is quite an important article in one of the recent issues of Fortnightly Review, a magazine that is very well known in the capitalist and English-speaking world. This article is a clear indication that the capitalist class, the bourgeoisie, grasps the importance of these revolutionary national movements and is striving to turn these movements against Soviet Russia in order to counter the attempts of the Communist International to utilize these forces as allies. In an article on the National Revolutionary Movement in Turkey, entitled Kemal, the Man and the Movement, this magazine states, "It is beyond any doubt that while the Kemalists pursue purely nationalist goals, the Bolsheviks utilize Turkish national aspirations in order to attack Western civilization at its weakest point. These new disruptions can result in a renewed outbreak by the revolutionary movement in an exhausted Europe." After taking up the relations between the Soviet government and the government in Ankara, the magazine continues, "There is also a British link that is far from insignificant." It then quotes a passage from a declaration of the executive of the Communist Party of Great Britain that demands the unconditional return of Constantinople to the Turkish people. The magazine then comments, "The American Bankers Association is quite right in saying that when Britain refused to withdraw from Chanak, confronting 1,000 Kemalist cavalry with 30 Lanarkshire infantrymen until reinforcements could arrive, it served for 2 weeks as the defense of European civilization." The article closes with the thought that perhaps Britain and the Allies should hand over Constantinople to the Turkish nationalist Kemal Pasha, but that they should first show the world that he is no longer a pawn of Soviet Russia. Such a declaration from an authoritative capitalist magazine like the Fortnightly Review shows that the bourgeoisie is very well aware of the danger that the revolutionary national movement will be reorganized into a revolutionary proletarian movement directed against it. That is why we should give close attention to the points in the theses of which Comrade Roy has spoken. He stressed the need to unite the proletarian forces in these countries and organize them separately from the bourgeois liberation movements. This is important not only for the revolutionary proletarian forces in the colonial countries, but also for the communist parties in countries where measures are undertaken to suppress these movements. I am surprised to see the small number of delegates that have come here to witness the continuation of discussion on a question as important as this one. Contrary to what the Presidium Chairman said this morning, I believe that it would be better for the Congress to continue for a few days in December rather than to rush through in this way a question as important as that of the East. Finally, I would like to say that the strongest blow yet struck against the Versailles Peace Treaty. And when we discuss that treaty, we will see all important members of the Communist International speaking from this platform. The one decisive blow struck so far against the treaty is the victory of the revolutionary Turkish movement that shattered the Sevres Peace Treaty. 9. And that is the reason why this question is particularly important. That is what I would like to tell the Fourth Congress. For a united front with the Kuomintang, Liu-Renjing China, comrades, since my speaking time is limited, I can give you only a general overview of the present situation in China, although I could have told you much more. I must speak first of the present political situation in China. From May until June this year, 2 governments fell in China. This overturn had enormous importance for the country's revolutionary movement. First came the overthrow of the southern government, the revolutionary government of Sun Yat-sen. It was ousted by a subordinate military member of the Nationalist Party. This resulted from a difference of opinion between Sun Yat-sen as leader and this subordinate figure, as regards plans for the military expedition against the North. What does this signify? It means that the military plans for the revolution have absolutely miscarried. The Kuomintang Party, the National Revolutionary Party in China, has for years cherished plans for a military revolution. It hoped to introduce democracy in China by a military conquest of its provinces. It did not carry out any propaganda in the country on a mass scale. It did not organize the masses. Its efforts were limited to utilizing military forces to achieve its goals. Even before it conquered Guangdong in 1920, it established a government. It wanted to exhaust all the resources available in Guangdong to equip an expedition against the northern government, that of the feudal militarists and the agents of world imperialism. At first, this plan seemed practicable, for all party members appeared to agree with it. But once Guangdong province had been conquered, the military governor, a member of the party, abandoned all plans against the north. He became more and more conservative and more inclined to content himself with one province, paying no heed to any events outside the province. Many members of this party are like this. Before they take power, they are revolutionary. Afterwards, they become conservative. This general who overthrew the southern government is only one example of many within this party. The majority of the party is made up of people who are essentially reactionary. The moment they take power in other provinces, they will oppose the plan for military conquest, just as this governor did. That shows that the plan for military conquest is a failure and that the revolutionary movement must pursue a new course. That means that a revolution that seeks success must organize the masses and conduct propaganda among them. It must not rely on military means alone. That method is finished in China. In the north, during the months of April and May, there was a civil war between 2 factions of feudal militarists. One faction was for the Japanese and the other for the Americans. This struggle ended with the victory of the pro-American group, the military faction under Wu, Peifu. This outcome is also enormously important for the revolutionary movement in China. The government of northern China had been under Japanese influence for about 5 years. Japanese imperialism secured this influence through loans granted to the northern government to pursue the civil war. The Japanese government bribed officials of this regime to obtain a share in Chinese mines, the right to build railways in Shandong, and so on. All these rights were obtained through bribery. For this reason, the Chinese population had a hostile attitude to Japanese imperialism and the Japanese agents of the northern government. Given the bitter hatred of Japanese imperialism in China, the population was increasingly inclined to support American imperialism. In view of the very reactionary character of the northern government under Zhang Zuolin, the population is more sympathetic to the military group led by Wu Peifu, who is more progressive, and favors a reduction in the size of the army and abolition of the Tushan warlord system, the feudal apportionment of provinces, and enjoys support from the Americans. The recent conquest of power by Wu Peifu and American imperialism in China will show that Wu Peifu cannot resolve China's political dilemma and, in addition, that he differs little from Zhang Zuolin. Although he favors a democratic program, he will not be able to carry out his plan to reduce the size of the army and abolish the Tushan system. This will disappoint the masses and turn them against American imperialism, which will lead to their radicalization. The population will become aware of the fact that it is the only force that can carry through democracy, and that it cannot rely on any of the militarist groups. The masses will see that Wu Peifu will not carry out the enticing promises he made when he did not yet have command of power. The pacifist petty bourgeoisie tends to sympathize with Wu Peifu because he promises to improve their economic condition. This will dwindle more and more, and ultimately dissolve because of such political shifts. Let's take the case of Wu Peifu. He claimed he would not borrow any money from the great powers, thus winning popular sympathy. But once he had achieved power, he organized his cabinet with the aid of a group of pro-American intellectuals who immediately set about organizing an American loan. This and much else will disappoint the masses. Thus, the situation will grow more and more favorable for the revolutionary movement in China. Second, I must touch on the workers' movement. It made great progress this year. Early in the year, we experienced the strike of mariners in Hong Kong, which lasted 50 days. At first, it was limited to economic demands, but then it took on a nationalist character against British imperialism. Limited at first to the mariners. The strike grew into a general strike against British imperialism, first in Hong Kong and then spreading to the north. We also had the strike on the Beijing-Hankou Railway, which spread to mid-China. Other strikes took place in the iron and steel works in Hong Kong, in the textile and tobacco industries in Shanghai, and in the mines. These strikes took place in rapid succession. The expansion of this revolt against the capitalist class came close to awakening the working masses. This shows that the mass movement in China exists not merely in the socialist dreams, but is an obvious reality. In addition, it shows that the Communist Party can gain success through propaganda among the masses. All this indicates that the Communist Party will progress rapidly, in contrast to earlier years when it was no more than a sect and an educational circle. During the past year, we can track the increasing influence of our Communist Party among the masses. Now I come to the recent political activity of the Communist Party of China. Starting from the principle that an anti-imperialist united front should be established to drive imperialism out of China, our party decided to achieve a united front with the National Revolutionary Kuomintang Party. This united front took the form that we joined this party, in our name and as individuals. We have 2 goals in view. First, we want to carry out propaganda among the many organized workers in the National Revolutionary Party and win them to our ranks. Second, we can only combat imperialism if we unify our forces, those of the petty bourgeoisie and the proletariat. We aim to enter into competition with this party in winning the masses through propaganda and organizing them. If we do not join this party, we will remain isolated, preaching a communism that certainly represents a great and noble goal, but that the masses will not follow. The masses would then rather follow the petty bourgeois party, which would use them for its purposes. If we join the party, we are in a position to show the masses that we too are for revolutionary democracy, but that for us it is a means to an end. We will also then be in a position to show that, while committing ourselves to this distant goal, we do not overlook the masses' immediate demands. We can gather the masses around us and split the Kuomintang party. The red flag will wave over the pyramids. Husni El Arabi, Egypt, speaks in Arabic, translated into English by Comrade Paul. I have been asked to say that we, in Egypt, believe the day is no longer distant when the red flag will wave over the pyramids, greeting the red flag over the Kremlin. That is the greeting that I bring you from the workers and fellahin of Egypt. Now I would like to add some personal comments. The Egyptian workers suffer from the burden of capitulations, 11 the yoke of British imperialism, foreign capitalists, and its own bourgeoisie. The fertility of Egypt's soil, its geographical position as a bridge for British imperialism's expansion toward the Far East, the construction of the Palestine Railway linking Africa. Through Egypt with Asia Minor, the prospect of a railway from Cairo to South Africa. All this inspires hope among the imperialist exploiters and increases the suffering of Egyptian workers. Egypt is ripe for socialist ideas. This is shown by the growth of the Egyptian Socialist Party. Its legal foundation took place in August, and during its brief existence, it has already recruited 1,000 members. Since Egypt is ripe for socialist ideas, we do everything to prevent barriers from being placed in the path of the steady penetration of communist propaganda and an evolution toward communism. We consider that if Egypt is not accorded a place in the communist international family, and if we let the zeal of Egypt dissipate without effect, its backwardness will be harmful to the revolution in the East and will delay it in the West. The admirable uprisings in 1919 and 1920 shook the power of British imperialism and provided Egyptian capitalists with a basic lesson. Startled by these events, the British government, in alliance with the Egyptian capitalists, has made the grand gesture of granting Egypt its independence. 12. But the people did not let themselves be fooled by these empty promises. What actual content did they have, after all? They included, first, conceding British protection of transport connections, since Britain insisted on defending its route to India. Second, joint sovereignty over Sudan in order for Britain to secure a new source of raw materials to feed its Manchester cotton mills. Third, the protection of national minorities. Fourth, ending the capitulations. These last two demands were included in order to give Great Britain a right to interfere in Egyptian affairs. The Egyptian capitalists have now formed a liberal party to defend the new constitution and to ratify the agreement between Britain and Egypt. 13. They have adopted a program and chosen candidates to represent this current in Parliament. The elections are set for next January. The Egyptian Socialist Party was pleased that the enemy was now showing its face openly. There is an Arabic proverb, "Beauty is seen to more advantage when counterposed to ugliness." The struggle between us and the Liberal Party promises to become intense. But we do not fear this clash, because we feel the strength and influence of the Egyptian Socialist Party growing from day to day. We can maintain our position in the economic and political arena. We have not let one shameless deed of the government pass without exposing it in the press. We go to the workers and expound socialist ideas and the class struggle, both orally and through the publication of leaflets and pamphlets. We have also not failed to utilize the opportunity for propaganda during the International May Day celebration. Despite the fact that the government forbade all public propaganda, and our party was then still illegal, and the country was under a state of siege, we gathered the proletarian forces around our banner and held imposing demonstrations in 3 cities. We intend to make use of the upcoming elections to the first Egyptian parliament. During the weeks preceding the elections, we will do all possible to enable the workers to be represented in the new assembly by some comrades. If we succeed in winning a seat or two, we will enhance the prestige of communism in the East and reinforce the foundations of our party in Egypt. As for the question of industry, Egypt is chiefly an agricultural country and faces an acute agrarian problem. The party is now discussing this question and hopes to be able to draw up an agrarian program in the near future. Industrial workers are rather well organized in 100 trade unions. Since the party achieved legality, it has organized 2 trade unions and brought 3 already existing unions into the Red International of Labor Unions. However, the total count of the workers organized in these unions is only 2,750. We hope at the next Congress to be able to add just as many zeros to this total, as Comrade Lenin tells us will be crossed off the new ruble. We have well-organized communist cells in these 5 unions, and we also have party members in other unions. Much work awaits us before we can establish cells in these other unions as well. Now, I would like to mention something else. The Communist International has established a subcommittee to study the Egyptian question. At the last meeting of this committee, not all its members were present. The participants adopted a resolution reproaching the Egyptian party for various errors. This seems to me to be testimony to good behavior, because those that are inactive never have the occasion to commit errors. Even if the Egyptian party has committed errors in the past, I am convinced that it will make every effort to make this good in the future. In the session where this resolution was adopted, only 3 members of the committee were present, and one of these 3 opposed the resolution. I am convinced that during the next year, the Communist International will gain a better understanding of the Egyptian Socialist Party and will revise its resolution at the 5th Congress. Long live the Communist International! For a Pan-Pacific Congress of Workers. William Earsman, Australia, comrades. I would like to speak about 2 points in the theses presented to the Congress. The first concerns the formation and development of the revolutionary movement in the colonial countries, especially those oppressed by imperialism in the Near and Far East. The second, which is of special interest to us, concerns the challenges created by the developing clash in the Pacific Ocean. If we examine the situation in detail, we find that there are still many difficulties and misunderstandings between the workers of different countries, especially the countries in the south and the north of the Pacific Ocean as regards white and colored workers. The main difficulty we must overcome is the prejudices aroused among white workers by the fear of cheap colored labor. Most of the countries involved, Australia, the United States, and Canada, have laws banning the immigration of colored workers, because the workers believe that such immigrants will be utilized to reduce the standard and conditions of living achieved in these countries. It is not enough to say that workers in these countries are reactionary, that they do not understand the economic factors underlying the situation and their own special tasks. As the vanguard of the working class, we must tell these workers clearly and distinctly how to handle this situation. So far, this has been done only to a limited extent, and never from an international point of view. At present, thousands of colored workers from India and China are being brought to the countries of the Southern Pacific to work in the sugar fields under the worst conditions of contractual labor. These workers were transported especially to the Fiji Islands and other island groups close to Australia. So far, the capitalists have not succeeded in introducing this system in Australia and New Zealand, but they are making great efforts in that direction. And their attempt to introduce this system in Australia makes the work of communist parties in these countries very difficult. Under the pressure of these attempts, workers are uniting in defense of the laws aimed at preventing colored immigration. The Communist Party has considered this question. At this year's Trade Union Congress in Melbourne, it succeeded in explaining to the trade union leaders the full meaning of these laws and why their effects are harmful to the interests of the working class. These laws defend the interests of Australian workers at the expense of those of Japan, China, and other countries in the Southern Pacific. That is the problem that we must solve, and in my opinion can solve, if we enjoy the support of the Communist International and do not lose sight in the coming years of the full importance of this question. All those who have paid even fleeting attention to the Pacific question will understand that the danger of a new world war is rising there. And this awareness will lead you to the conclusion that the slogans the capitalists would utilize in the eventuality of war are more effective than those that the working class could disseminate against such a bloody conflict. If the capitalist class would reinforce existing fears of the yellow peril in Australia by the fear of a yellow invasion, it could rally the support of numbers never seen in the past. It is therefore our special task in the coming months to counter these slogans and make workers aware of their true meaning and significance. A proposal is made in the theses that, in our opinion, could be very advantageous for our work against the capitalists in these countries. The Trade Union Congress in Melbourne this year adopted a resolution calling for a Pan-Pacific Congress as the best means of achieving agreement among the workers in the countries of the North and South Pacific. Such a Congress would unite workers of Japan, China, the Malay Islands, India, the United States, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. It would enable them to discuss their problems and come to agreement on the best means and methods of explaining to workers the reactionary character of their earlier stand against the colored working class. They would understand that they need have no fear of a Japanese invasion or of the arrival of Japanese, Indian, and other colored workers in the United States or Australia, with the intention of driving down the standard of living of the native-born workers. They would recognize that the workers of the North Pacific are organized. Once they grasp the danger posed by capitalism, the first step will have been taken toward unifying the ranks of the working class in the countries of the entire Pacific region. In making this proposal regarding the theses, we hope that the workers in these countries will be granted every form of support, and that this Congress will succeed in producing a resolution and theses that affirm that such a Congress can actually be held. We consider it our duty, however, to say that the Congress must take place, must draft a clearly defined program, and must then translate it into practical form. We also understand that the trade unions in Australia must devote attention to this problem. For this to succeed, the unions must first learn to recognize the problem. The trade union movement is very strong in Australia, with 80% of all workers organized, and we can therefore force every colored worker who comes to the country to join our unions. Next January, the last relic of racial prejudice remaining in the statutes of the revolutionary trade unions will disappear. Then the way will be clear for the unions that dominate the key industries. They will take into their ranks every colored worker who is in Australia already or who comes to Australia. It is true that these unions refused in the past to recruit colored workers. If we fully understand the historical meaning of this situation, we cannot reproach them for this stand. But today, there is no justification for such a barrier in the unions, and the attempt of the Communist Party to eliminate this barrier has been successful. However, to consolidate this situation and apply the theses to practical politics and bring workers to be aware of it in their daily struggles, we must convene the proposed conference as quickly as possible. With the support of the Communist International, we need now to have the support of the executive. The executive must devote more attention to colonial questions than we have done in previous years. It must grasp that the colonial problem is just as important as any problem in Europe. If this is truly the case, we in Australia are convinced that we will successfully carry through to completion of the task that we are proposing for adoption in these theses. Unify all the efforts of colonial revolution. G. Safarov, Russia. Despite the decisions of the Second Congress of the Communist International, the communist parties in the imperialist countries have done very little to tackle the national and colonial questions. Only quite recently did the British Communist Party turn its attention to the revolutionary colonial movements in India and Egypt. Despite the significant revolutionary movement in the French colonies, the French Party does not have a properly organized center to lead this very important branch of its activity, but rather only a colonial study group. What is more, hidden under the banner of communism, we find conceptions of sovereignty that are alien and hostile to proletarian internationalism. The Sidi Bel Ab section provides striking evidence of this. These comrades, if we can even call them comrades, for they are not comrades but petty bourgeois, these citizens say, in a protest against an appeal of the Communist International regarding the French colonies, the colonial question is characterized by a complete lack of the necessary unity. There are peoples in trusteeship that are now capable of self-rule, and others who are not capable. And if the duty of communists is to grant the first category their freedom, this duty demands even more insistently that the second category not be left to their wretched fate. Sovereignty for Egypt is essential, but sovereignty for cannibals is not desirable. 16. That is the point of view of these so-called communists. These people are imbued with the conviction that the Communist International and its executive want to serve up these good little people of Sidi Bel Abs to the cannibals. We are not so harsh, and we do not have a terrorist mentality, and the good little people of Sidi Bel Abs can rest reassured. The topic here is not cannibalism, it is just the national and colonial question. It must be said once and for all that the pre-war attitudes of the Second International are unacceptable in the Communist International. We must be aware that certain theses on this question, like this one from Algeria, and some statements of our comrades in different countries, represent points of view in the style of Hildenbrand and Noske, and we therefore protest the passivity manifested by a considerable sector of the Fourth World Congress. Applause. The fate of the proletarian revolution against world imperialism in the advanced imperialist countries is bound together with that of the colonial revolution in backward countries. World. Capitalism strives to renew its forces through more intensive exploitation of the colonies. Because capitalism is experiencing greater difficulties at this time, it heightens exploitation of China, India, and other countries. Observe all the conflicts now developing in international politics. The program of Bonar Law's Conservative cabinet in Britain aims at re-establishing British imperialism's strength with the aid of the colonies. The interests of the United States, Britain, and Japan clash in China and the Pacific. In Asia Minor, northern Iran, and southern Iran, British, American, and French interests conflict with each other. In France, black troops play an overriding role in the plans of Millerand, Poincaré and Company. Millerand and Poincaré understand the colonial question better than some communists, because they know very well that all these backward countries, so long as they have not been touched by a revolutionary spirit, all these cannibals can be used to the benefit of imperialism. All this is very simple and easily understood. So far, with a few rare exceptions, what we find in our papers are ringing declarations about the colonial question that say, "We must free the oppressed peoples and support them," and so on. But no one says what must be done now. Since the Second Congress, the colonial movement in the backward countries, in India, China, and elsewhere, has developed rather quickly. During the war years, thanks to a slackening in imperialist oversight of the colonies, native capitalism made giant steps forward. In some countries, such as India, industrial production actually doubled. The development of native capitalism in these countries provides a foundation for the national revolutionary movement. Foreign imperialism in the colonies is today playing the same role as feudalism played with regard to the bourgeoisie in the 18th and 19th century. The colonial and national revolution in the backward countries is a bourgeois democratic revolution, and we know that the international situation at this time is revolutionary. We know that we are living in a time of a great upsurge in the class struggle. We know that the day is near when the proletarian revolution will achieve complete victory. A bourgeois democratic government in the backward countries provides support and great reassurance for our proletarian movement. We must therefore not underestimate this movement. That is why the communist parties must do all in their power to support this movement and to organize the best forces in the backward countries. The different countries of the East, China, India, are rather backward. Agrarian feudalism and military bureaucratism provide the main supports for foreign imperialism. The nomad chiefs in Iran, for example, have aided and abetted Britain's plans for conquest. In China, it is the military governors, the Tushins, who obstruct the unity of China. Our first task is to unify all the efforts of the colonial revolutionary movement into an anti-imperialist united front. In these backward countries, the forces of petty bourgeois development have not separated out from the feudal forces, which are supporters of foreign imperialism. A struggle must be waged against the feudal agrarian order. In Iran, this struggle is underway, and it is also directed against foreign imperialism. At the time of the Second Congress, we did not yet have communist parties in these countries. The first evidence of the workers' movement in China came in 1920, with the boycott of foreign goods. In India, this movement began to develop in 1919. We can cite many similar examples. The development of native capitalism during the war and the post-war crisis led to an upswing of the workers' movement. The communist parties of these countries remain very weak. Their members number in the hundreds, sometimes only in the dozens. Nonetheless, we know well the history of the workers' movement. In 1883, the Bolshevik Party was a small group of 5 members. 40 years later, it took state power. And in our times, history is striding forward even more quickly. A similar upswing awaits the small communist parties. The working class that has just developed during the war is still bound to handicrafts, to the petty bourgeoisie. In India, there are 2 million workers organized in various trade unions. The movement is led by bourgeois lawyers. Only in 1920 did the first revolutionary group appear in India. A socialist newspaper appears in Bombay, Mumbai, edited by Comrade Dange, who now intends to found a workers' party in India. We are convinced that the moment is very close when this independent party will be founded in India. The workers' movement develops in different ways in each country, and yet its overall features can be generalized. We can say with justification that the working class in the colonial countries is becoming an independent political force, and that is a great advance toward the final victory of proletarian revolution. I have here a report by the head of the Beijing police force. The Chinese police are afraid of Lenin. Their chief writes, "The experience with Lenin is living proof that the realization of perverse ideas is 1,000 times more dangerous than the dangers menacing us from floods and wild animals." Laughter. Even the Chinese police are concerned by the progress of Bolshevik ideas. We cannot immediately pose the task of Soviet revolution in these countries. Our first duty here is the struggle to free the working class and for its organization in the economic and political arenas. The working class must also take part in the common struggle against foreign imperialism, but it must not be a small-scale reproduction of the national movement. The Second Congress of the Communist International declared that we must support all forms of the independent workers' movement in the backward countries. We have followed this guideline. The communist parties have already become a political force, and they are capable of organizing the national revolutionary movement and driving it forward. The first stages of the nationalist movement are still bound by obsolete prejudices. The masses, oppressed for long centuries, believe that passive resistance will bring them to victory. We must criticize these methods, for they are not suitable for achieving our goal. On the other hand, we must turn our attention in all countries to the colonial question. So far, what we have in the international is merely colonial study groups. That is not enough. We must organize the working class of these backward countries because this working class and these colonial and semi-colonial peoples are of crucial importance for the victory of world. Proletarian revolution. Applause. Communists in the motherlands have neglected their duties. Orhan, Sadrettin Silal Antil, Turkey, comrades. The Communist International has taken the position that the independence movement of colonial peoples is of great importance for the world revolution. We therefore find it completely inexplicable that the communist parties of the West do not ascribe to the Eastern and colonial question the importance that it deserves. We can point to a striking example of this in the fact that, to our great regret, the Communist Party of Italy has still not included a special section in its action program on the tasks of communist parties in the colonies. Unfortunately, we see that with regard to discussion of the Eastern question, the Fourth Congress is following the example of the Third Congress. We fully join in the protests of our comrades. In our view, the anti-imperialist United Front is a sort of coalition of the most advanced classes in struggle against imperialism on the basis of satisfying the minimum demands of the working masses. The Proletarian United Front against the offensive of capitalism, which has set the goal of exposing the traitorous policies of the Second and 2.5 Internationals, has come into existence on the basis of the workers' minimum demands, 8-hour day, wages, freedom of assembly, and so on. In exactly the same way, the anti-imperialist United Front has the goal of disorganizing the imperialist forces, winning the masses, and exposing the foreign policy of the ruling classes that seek a reconciliation with the imperialists. In order to teach the masses to understand the anti-imperialist United Front, this policy must be concretized in a way that grounds its positive content in the masses' demands for agrarian, administrative, tax, and electoral reforms. Given that the Second and 2.5 Internationals now also feel compelled to make at least a verbal stand against imperialism in West and East, we must propose to the opportunist parties of Europe an anti-imperialist United Front on the basis of independence for the Eastern and colonial peoples. In the future, we must propose that the Labour Party of Britain pressure the government along the following lines. Demand at the Lausanne Conference the conclusion of a peace treaty with Turkey in conformity with the terms of the National Pact. 18. 2. Unconditionally evacuate Constantinople and all of Thrace. 3. Resolve the question of the Straits in conformity with the Russian-Turkish Treaty. 19. With participation of the countries bordering on the Black Sea. 4. Authorize publication of articles on this question in the workers' newspapers. 5. Evacuate Syria, Mesopotamia, and Palestine. Recognition of the national independence of all colonies and semi-colonies. In the interests of the national and workers' movements in the East and the liberation of all working people from the yoke of the intruding capitalist governments, and further in the interests of organizing a unified alliance for struggle, we propose a conference of all delegations from Eastern countries plus the French and British delegations. This gathering should immediately call a Congress to which all revolutionary organizations engaged in an anti-imperialist struggle will be invited. The recent victories achieved by the Turkish people over world imperialism have been greeted enthusiastically in the most remote countries of Asia and Africa. This is true even in Cochin China, southern Vietnam, a non-Muslim country. The demonstrations of joy there received special attention in the bourgeois press. Based on these facts, we believe that a Congress of all oppressed peoples called by the Communist Party of Turkey would have first-rank importance for the world revolution. All parties of the countries that have colonies or semi-colonies, and especially the French and British parties, must support every revolutionary independence movement and use every means to stand by the communist parties of their colonies, just as they would toward branches of their own party. We insist particularly on this point because so far the communist parties in the motherlands have neglected their duties toward the national liberation movements and communist parties in a manner that is incomprehensible. We demand that the Fourth Congress require that all national sections carry out Point 8 of the 21 conditions, and urge them to regularly send the communist parties of the East materials and literature that can help expose imperialist policies. We also urge them to send pamphlets, newspapers, leaflets, statements, and the like, written with the goal of disorganizing and revolutionizing the occupation troops. The communist parties of these countries will assume responsibilities for distributing these publications. In the Eastern countries, the level of development of productive forces does not permit the young communist parties to immediately realize their final goal in the form of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Although the buildup of industry in Turkey is much more extensive and working-class consciousness has developed considerably in recent years. In these countries, the party's greatest challenge is to consolidate their ranks and free themselves from all opportunist and individualist forces, to educate and organize the proletariat in both the economic and political arenas, and centralize the workers' movement through incessant and methodical work in the trade unions. The precondition for these new communist parties' inevitable victory is that they win influence among the semi-proletarian and peasant masses. During this transitional period, the communist parties of these countries must provide slogans that are suitable for uniting the broad masses of working people and weakening the power of the ruling class with respect to the people as a whole. The main tasks of the new communist parties of the Eastern countries are in brief the following. 1. The national liberation movements must be supported in every way possible. All forces should be united in an anti-imperialist united front. We must be vigilant that the ruling class does not sabotage this national liberation movement. 2. Efforts are needed to promote democratic institutions favorable to the broad working masses. This policy will win for the party the sympathy of the working classes and make the Communist Party a great party of the people. However, if its entire activity consisted only of supporting the independence movement and promoting reforms, it would cease being a communist party. One of its chief tasks is to educate and organize the working class, forming firm structures and testing them out, so that the moment will come when the party is capable, despite leaders who are nationalists and social traitors, of leading the proletariat and the semi-proletarian masses to final victory. Applause. The Second Congress resolution exists only on paper. Karim bin Iran, comrades, before I proceed to present the situation in Iran, I believe it is necessary to say that until now very little attention has been devoted to the colonial countries and the East. The resolution of the Second Congress of the Communist International stated clearly that the liberation of the colonial countries requires the support of the communist parties in the great power countries that possess colonies, and that communist parties can be created in these countries. But this resolution exists only on paper. Not only have we received no moral support from the communist parties of the imperialist countries in the West, they have shown altogether very little interest in the Eastern question. Today's session of the Fourth Congress is evidence of that. There is no doubt that the Eastern question plays an essential role in the abolition of the capitalist order. To do away with it, we must block all the arteries through which flow the nourishing fluids and nutrients that sustain capitalism. The power of capitalism must be undermined in the colonies. As regards Iran, this country is at present going through a transition from patriarchal tribalism to capitalism. In Iran, there is not just one source of authority, but 2, 3, and so on to infinity. The Communist Party must struggle there not only against the local feudal lords, but also against the imperialists. Chief among these are the British, who have united with the feudal lords, their most important allies, and who hold Iran back from a transition to a capitalist order. The world industrial crisis has become evident in Iran through the fact that the Iranian market has remained to some extent unutilized by the capitalists. As a result, local industry has begun to develop, and along with it, a working class. This and a number of other factors have led to the organization of a communist party in Iran, which at present has 1,000 members in the country as a whole. In addition, there are now trade unions, which have 15,000 members in Iran as a whole, of which 12,000 are in the capital, Tehran. From a strictly party point of view, it would be incorrect to organize a mass communist party in Iran. The organization consists only of a nucleus, granted, a quite healthy nucleus, composed mainly of workers. In addition, there are trade union organizations that are fully under the influence of the Communist Party. The party leads politically and influences the course of work in the unions. A huge number of unions have arisen, so that the party cannot completely encompass them all. The degree to which the Communist Party in Iran has gained strength is evident in the fact that during the year many strikes took place under its leadership, of which the majority, about 10, concluded in victory. We must also not omit mention of the influence of our newspaper, our press. In Tehran we have 2 publications, which are the most popular newspapers in Iran as a whole. They exceed all the others not only in popularity but even in their press run. The party is trying to create a general anti-imperialist alliance against the imperialists. To this end, it has made an extensive proposal for a democratic bloc that is to include representatives of all the national and democratic groups. This bloc is led by the Communist Party of Iran. It is significant that the Communist Party of Iran has proved to be even stronger than the bourgeois parties, which are themselves seeking a bloc with us, especially the so-called Social Democrats, who have a democratic program. It can be said that the preconditions are in place for the Communist Party of Iran to achieve great success in the near future, for there are industrial districts in Iran with a numerous proletariat. Let me refer, for example, to the workers in the ports of northern and southern Iran, and also to the southern districts of Iran where the British petroleum wells are located. 40,000 Iranian workers are employed there. We must also note that May Day was celebrated in Iran this year for the first time in its history. Not only did rallies take place, but a May Day strike was also called. Not all categories of workers went on strike, rather, only the typesetters struck on May Day. All these facts show that the Communist Party of Iran has matured fully and has entered into the struggle for communism. Summary. We face a vast organizational, political, and intellectual labor. Karl Radek, Executive Committee, Communist International, Comrades, we must examine the path we have trodden since the Second Congress with regard to our relationship to the movements in the East. You recall that at the Second Congress we advanced the thesis that the movement in the East had the greatest revolutionary importance, and that the Communist International had to support this movement. This position aroused a hullabaloo, not only in the capitalist world that had very good reason to fear our decision, but also in the parties of the Second and 2.5 Internationals. You need only recall how Crispian and Hilferding told the Halley Congress that we ascribed greater importance to the mullahs in Kaiva than to any industrial proletariat or to a party like the independent German Social Democracy. 20. Comrades, history has shown how right we were and how wrong were these gentlemen who talked with their West European arrogance about mullahs from Khiva. You recall how, after the Congress of Peoples of the East in Baku, people abused us for allying with the Turks. And what has been shown by experience, by history? The Treaty of Versailles exists despite all of Hilferding's protests, and Hilferding and his colleagues are now ready to join the government in order to act as lackeys of the Entente. Powerless pawns of history, the Hilferdings can only bemoan their misfortunes to the world. But the revolutionary movement in Turkey, the struggle of the Turkish masses, to which we pledged our support, has torn up the Treaty of Sèvres. And while the entire Second and 2.5 Internationals constitute a nullity compared to capitalism, this struggle in Turkey shook the entire West European balance of power. And thereby was the question answered, whether these movements in the East are revolutionary in character, whether they are important in undermining capitalist power, or whether they are just a plaything of Soviet Russia's foreign policy, which the Communist International is going along with. After the importance of the Eastern question had been made plain to all, even for the blind, these gentlemen come with a new song. This time it is one of the chairpersons at our Second Congress, Paul Levi, now deceased as a communist, who gives the cue for this melody. Now it is no longer that the Eastern peoples and the revolution in the East are of no importance. Rather, the story now is, look, the victory of Kemal Pasha is a victory for Poincaré, and by supporting Kemal Pasha, Soviet Russia was also supporting Poincaré. And Paul Levi says, see how far they have gone. This move by Levi shows better than all his articles over German internal politics how he has personally landed on a slippery slope, and also how completely rotten is international social democracy. It does not grasp that different forces are at work in a great world historical development. It does not grasp that the revolutionary struggle of Eastern peoples may be exploited and utilized by the quarreling cliques of international imperialism, but that does not alter the revolutionary character of its struggle or relieve the world proletariat of its obligation to support the revolutionary currents in the East. These petty hagglers of the Second and 2.5 Internationals do not understand that the fact that capitalist powers try to convert the Eastern peoples into tools of capitalism is simply one more reason why the international working class is obligated to do all in its power to help the Eastern peoples to unite with the European and world workers' movement in the struggle against world capitalism. When Levi and company now say that the victory of Turkey is a victory for France, their prophecy comes 2 weeks too soon. The Lausanne Conference will portray how the awakening East is opposed by a united front of world capitalism. France wants to play the role in the East that Germany played before the war. France wants to confront Britain with a fairly large Turkish territory, but in order not to make this territory independent, but rather to subject it to French expansion. That is why the French government, having helped Turkey defeat Greece, will now leave Turkey in the lurch. France will take the same position as British imperialism regarding the capitulations and financial control over Turkey. Then we will see who is right, the revolutionary forces, the Communist International and Soviet Russia, who resolved to support the movement in the East through all the confusion, because in its core it is a revolutionary movement, or by contrast, those whose fear and anxiety leads them at every point to lose perspective on what is coming next. This brings me to my second point, which played a role in the reports of our Turkish comrades. Our thesis was that the exploited East must and will defend itself against international capital. That is why we support the exploited East. However, the Eastern peoples are now led by those who are not only not communists, but for the most part not even bourgeois revolutionaries. They are still headed by representatives of moribund feudal cliques, out of which the officer corps and bureaucracy in these countries has been constituted. Our support for the Eastern peoples therefore raises the question of our relationship to these governing forces. The question is posed in practice by the persecution of communists in Turkey, and by the struggles waged in recent weeks by Wu Peifu in China against strikers. As communists, we are able to express our position on these matters fully and with complete frankness. When we promised our support to the awakening East, we did not for a moment forget the class struggles that will take place there. In the Communist Manifesto of 1847, Marx was writing not only for the German workers when he said, "Support the bourgeoisie to the degree that its actions are revolutionary." He even called on the revolutionary forces in Poland to grant support to the wing of the big Polish landowners, the aristocracy, who took a revolutionary position in the peasant question. What does this tell us? He knew very well that a bourgeoisie remains a bourgeoisie, that the Polish aristocrats remain aristocrats. He knew that the young workers' movement will have to wage a class struggle against these alien and hostile classes. But he understood that the interests of this class struggle and of its future development at that historical moment demanded support of these classes, despite the class antagonisms. Comrades, the persecution of communists in Turkey is part of a class struggle that has just begun to develop in that country, not only between the working class and the young bourgeoisie and the bureaucracy, but also in the camp of these ruling layers. It is no secret that the main responsibility for the persecution of communists lies with ministers of the interior, Rauf Orbe and Rafet Pasha, who are both for a compromise with the Entente and were opponents of the Sultan. It is no secret that the deposition of the Sultan in Turkey unleashed a struggle. 21. The question now is whether the revolutionary forces in the ruling class will capitulate to the reactionaries or not. If they capitulate, then the role of Kemal Pasha is finished. Haggling over the fate of Turkey will resume, and the Turkish people will be sold for bakshish. If they do not capitulate, they will have to counterpose the resistance of the masses to the impact of the clergy, the reactionary pashas, and all the corrupt forces. It is not clear which side will win, but we do not regret for a moment that we told the Turkish communists that their first task after organizing themselves as a separate party is to support the national liberation movement in Turkey. At stake here is the future of the Turkish people as a whole, whether the way for them will be cleared or whether they will become the slaves of world capitalism. If the pashas sell the Turkish people, if the entire burden of the capitulations, financial control, and all the rest falls on the Turkish peasants, then they will understand that it is the communists and the young working class who have fought for their interests, and they will unite around the Communist Party. And even in this moment of persecution, we tell the Turkish communists, do not in the present situation forget the immediate future. The task of defending Turkish sovereignty, which has great international revolutionary importance, is not over. You should defend yourself against your persecutors. You should return blow for blow, but you should understand that historically, the moment for the liberation struggle has not arrived. You will still have to travel a considerable way with the revolutionary forces that are even now only beginning to crystallize out in Turkey, or take the situation in China. Remember the course of events, comrades. When Wu Peifu went into battle with Zhang Zuolin, he had behind him the line of the Yangtze River and its arsenals, but he did not control the northern railways, which were held by people in the pay of Japan. What did he do? He turned to the young Communist Party of China for support. They gave him commissars who kept a firm hold on the railways for his troops, who were waging a revolutionary struggle there. Anyone who fights in China against Japanese imperialism is fighting for China's revolutionary development. Because the communists understood that, they created in the working class a sense of their independence and importance. Later, the workers made their demands on Wu Peifu and in part achieved them. Through this support, and by carrying their historical obligations to the revolutionary bourgeois forces, our comrades succeeded in establishing themselves among the working masses of North China. The Second and 2.5 Internationals constantly tell us, you fools, don't you understand that the Enver Pashas and Wu Peifus will always betray you again and again? To this we reply, worthy gentlemen of the Second and 2.5 Internationals, so long as there is a petty bourgeoisie, and you are part of it, it will waver between capitalism and the working class. And you, who call yourselves socialists, have already betrayed the working class 1,000 times. Still we come to you, after each betrayal, and try to win you to the united front, which you resist. And the joke of the story is that you are driven into it. Whether you want to or not, and despite your betrayals, you will be obliged to march with us once again and serve our cause. Remember the events in Germany. Did not the German social democracy, who had brought the Luttwitz people to power, then fight during the Kapp-Putsch side by side with the communist workers? 22. True, at a later stage they betrayed once again. But nonetheless this struggle, which they were compelled to fight together with us, was a service to the working class. For obviously a Kapp government would have been much worse than what we have now. All the more are betrayals and turnabouts possible in the East, where the government is in the hands not even of the petty bourgeoisie, but of a moribund feudal class. They will try 1,000 times to sell themselves to this or that faction of world capitalism. They will try 1,000 times to betray the revolutionary interests of their country. But the joke of history is that der bien muss, they've got no choice. They must fight, because in the long run, a compromise with imperialism is impossible. The Pashas can, of course, conclude a compromise in order to assure themselves of a good life. But when they try tomorrow to dupe the Anatolian peasants, in order to pay for the compromise, they will discover that it was not in vain that history subjected the Turkish peasants to 12 years of war. The peasant is now a different person from what he was before the war. A social revolutionary publication, which certainly does not write flatteringly of Soviet Russia, prints a letter from Constantinople. Describing the impact produced by the victories of Kemal Pasha, it says, there were 2 cries on the streets, where tens and hundreds of thousands of people were gathered, long live Kemal Pasha, and long live Soviet Russia. The masses knew that the French had helped as well, but no cries rang out for France. For they felt instinctively that France acted because of diplomatic considerations, sometimes for Turkey and sometimes against. But Soviet Russia, despite centuries of struggle between Tsarism and Turkey, had rejected Tsarism's imperialist policies and wanted to establish fraternal relations with the Turkish people. And this fact has sunk roots in the consciousness of the Turkish people. It leads down the road of victory. And that is why we say, from the point of view not of Soviet Russia, but of the communist. International, don't try to scare us. We are placing our bets not on the transitory policies of this or that clique, but on the great historical stream that brings together the West European working masses and the awakening masses of the East. Comrades, I'd now like to say a few words about the reports and what was said here regarding the state of our parties in the East and their work. As always, comrades, I'd like to begin by saying you should not have too rosy a view of the situation. Do not exaggerate your strength. The Chinese comrade says here, "We have sunk roots across all China. I must reply, dear comrades, it is good to feel enough strength at the beginning to get the work underway. But you must look the facts in the face. Our Chinese party has developed quite separately in each of the country's two parts. The comrades working in Canton, Guangzhou, and in Shanghai have made very little headway in linking themselves to the working masses. We struggled with them for a whole year because many believed, how can a good communist get involved in such everyday matters as strikes? Many of our comrades there locked themselves in their room to study Marx and Lenin, as they had once studied Confucius. That was the situation a couple of months ago. How is it possible that the cause of revolution, which has already taken a blow with the fall of Sun Yat-sen, is suddenly such a strong force? In the North, where the party is quite weak and enjoys support only among the railway workers, how can it represent great power? Comrade Thalheimer gave us a quotation from Lenin, in which he said, "Don't boast of your victory before the fact." That is an excellent saying, one to learn and understand, just like the proverbs of the Chinese sages of old. The first task of the Chinese comrades is to focus on what the Chinese movement is capable of. Comrades, you must understand that in China, neither the victory of socialism nor the establishment of a Soviet republic is on the agenda. Unfortunately, even the question of national unity has not yet been historically placed on the agenda in China. What we are experiencing in China is reminiscent of the 18th century in Europe, in Germany, where the development of capitalism was still so weak that it had not yet given rise to a single unifying national center. When you speak of the Tuchens, the military governors, when you proclaim, "Here we have Sun Yat-sen and their Wu Peifu," what does that tell us? It means that capitalism is beginning to develop in a whole number of different centers. With a population of more than 300 million people without railways, how can it be any different? We have wide perspectives, which you should advocate with all the fire of your youthful communist convictions. Despite that, our task consists of unifying the real forces taking shape in the working class with two goals. First, organizing the young working class. And second, establishing a proper relationship between them and the objectively revolutionary bourgeois forces in order to organize the struggle against European and Asiatic imperialism. We are only beginning to understand these tasks, and that is why, comrades, we must be aware that to become stronger, we have to establish a concrete program of action. The Communist International tells the communist parties of the West, go to the masses. So too, what we say to you is, get out of the Confucian scholars' reading rooms and go to the masses. Not only the masses of workers, not only the coolies, but also the massive peasant population that has been stirred up by these events. I will move on to Japan and India. In both countries, the relationship of forces is quite similar. In both Japan and India, there is quite a strong working class. Both countries are experiencing a severe social crisis, in which different layers of the bourgeoisie and the landed aristocracy are contending for power. And in neither country do we yet have a mass communist movement. That is a fact. Look at the appeals that Comrade Katayama assembled in the most recent issue of Communistische Internationale regarding the situation in Japan, which are extremely interesting. In these appeals, published legally by different groups of workers, you find an entire spectrum of viewpoints from Tolstoyism over to syndicalism and communism, and including even the most elementary social reform. And I must say that in this choir of voices, that of communism is the weakest. Why is this? Previously, we were still uninformed about the mood of the workers, who are going through a period similar to the British Chartists. 24. We did not succeed in building bridges to the specific tasks that are now before them. These consist of organizing the working class as a power that can intervene in the class struggle in Japan, above all, to establish democracy. I do not believe that developments in Japan will simply repeat those in Britain. 100 years have passed, and obviously the pace of developments in Japan will be more rapid. The entire history will be compressed, and as a result, even in this bourgeois revolution now being prepared in Japan, Soviets will arise, not as organs of power, but as organs unifying the working class. But now we have to form trade unions and advance a sensible program that presents the working class with immediate tasks. and the immediate task is to lead the working class into struggle as an organized force. In India, we have an intellectual center. It must be acknowledged here that what Comrade Roy has succeeded in creating in recent years, a Marxist orientation to Indian reality, presented in his outstanding book and in his newspaper, represents a very great labor. No communist party of the East has carried out intellectual work on its own. This work deserves the strongest support of the Communist International. But in practice, during the present flare-up of strikes, we have made no progress with India's large trade union movement. 25. We have not found a way under the British occupation to utilize the rights that it is compelled to provide. The reception received by Comrade Roy shows that legal possibilities exist there. We have not succeeded in taking even the first practical steps as a workers' party, and all this tells us that it's a long way to Tipperary. And when comrades complain here that there is not yet great interest in their work, I must reply that interest in parties is tied to their deeds. It has been explained for the 20th time at a Congress that there are many workers in Iran. These are things that we learn not from a Congress but from a geography textbook. Comrades, let me express the hope that we will succeed at this Congress in steering the work that you and our Eastern Division have achieved onto a practical track, so that we are able at the next Congress to report on practical organizational achievements. If that happens, then the International will be aware not only of the great importance of the Eastern question, but also that you are carrying out work that is in step with its great importance. Comrades, the world situation has changed since the time of the Second Congress. At that Congress, our political line in the East was oriented toward immediate and broad revolutionary uprisings. This was not made explicit, but all the delegates from the East felt it. 26. As for the present world situation, we find ourselves around the world in a period where the revolution is gathering its forces. This has an impact on the situation in the Eastern countries as well. If we are to play a revolutionary role in these countries in the coming period, we must set the goal of accomplishing a vast organizational, political, and intellectual labor. Of course, the revolutions of the East will not wait until our comrades in every country have learned that revolution does not signify reading and digesting the theses of the Communist International, but carrying out practical revolutionary work among the masses. But when great events develop in the East similar to those in Turkey today, where we are weak and unorganized, then they will take place without us, and we will not be able to influence them in a revolutionary direction. Therefore, the slogan of this Congress on the Eastern question must be to go to the tormented masses of the East, to work for their education, and to create solid bastions of the Communist International in the East that are capable of carrying out practical work for the struggle before us and of influencing the broad masses. And then, after we have gathered the workers around us, we must go to the peasants and craftsmen and become the leaders of a future People's Party. Loud applause. Chapter 9. Fourth Congress of the Communist International Resolution. Workers' parties in the colonies have a double task. The following resolution, drafted by the Commission on the Eastern Question, was unanimously adopted by the last session of the Congress. Theses on the Eastern Question. December 5, 1922. 1. The rise of the revolutionary movement in the East. Based on the experience of Soviet construction in the East and the growth of national revolutionary movements in the colonies, the Second Congress of the Communist International drew up a general statement of principles on the national and colonial question in the period of extended struggle between imperialism and proletarian dictatorship. Since then, the struggle against imperialist oppression in the colonial and semi-colonial countries has intensified significantly, resulting from the deepened political and economic crisis of post-war imperialism. Evidence of this can be seen in 1. The collapse of the Tsarist Treaty for the partition of Turkey and the possibility of the full restoration of its national and political independence. 2. The impetuous rise of the national revolutionary movement in India, Mesopotamia, Iraq, Egypt, Morocco, China, and Korea. 3. The hopeless internal crisis of Japanese imperialism, which is causing a rapid development of forces for a bourgeois democratic revolution and the present transition of the Japanese proletariat to independent class struggle. 4. The growth of the workers' movement in all countries of the East and the formation of communist parties in almost all these countries. The facts enumerated here signify a shift in the social basis of the revolutionary movement in the colonies. This shift tends to intensify the anti-imperialist struggle, and its leadership is thus no longer automatically held by feudal forces and the national bourgeoisie, who stand ready to compromise with imperialism. The imperialist war of 1914-18 and the subsequent protracted crisis of imperialism, above all European imperialism, have weakened the economic tutelage of the great powers over the colonies. In addition, the same forces that have narrowed the economic basis and political sphere of influence of European capitalism have aggravated the imperialist competitive struggle for colonies, thus disrupting the equilibrium of the entire world imperialist system. This is reflected in the struggle for oil wells, the British-French conflict in Asia Minor, Japanese-American rivalry in the Pacific, and so on. It is this weakening of imperialist pressure on the colonies, together with the steadily growing rivalry between the different imperialist groupings, that has facilitated the development of indigenous capitalism in the colonial and semi-colonial countries, which has expanded and continues to expand beyond the narrow and restrictive limits of imperialist rule by the great powers. Previously, great power capitalism sought to isolate the backward countries from world economic trade, in order in this way to secure its monopoly status and achieve superprofits from the commercial, industrial, and fiscal exploitation of these countries. The rise of indigenous productive forces in the colonies stands in irreconcilable contradiction to the interests of world imperialism, whose very essence is to take advantage of the variation in the level of development of productive forces in different arenas of the world economy to achieve monopoly superprofits. 2. The conditions of struggle. The backwardness of the colonies finds expression in the diversity of the national revolutionary movements against imperialism, reflecting the different stages of transition from feudal and feudal patriarchal conditions to capitalism. This diversity puts its stamp on the ideology of this movement, to the degree that capitalism arises in the colonial countries on a feudal basis, in stunted and incomplete transitional forms that serve above all to assure the domination of commercial capital, the differentiation of bourgeois democracy from feudal bureaucratic and feudal agrarian forces, often takes place in a lengthy and roundabout manner. This is the main obstacle to a successful mass struggle against imperialist oppression. For in all backward countries, foreign imperialism utilizes the feudal, and in part also semi-feudal, semi-bourgeois elite of indigenous society as an instrument to achieve its domination. Native military governors, tukuns. In China, native aristocrats and land tax farmers, zamindars and talukdars. In India, the feudal bureaucrats and aristocrats in Iran, the capitalist landowners and plantation owners in Egypt, and so on. In this way, the ruling classes of the colonial and semi-colonial countries are shown to be unable and unwilling to lead the struggle against imperialism, to the degree that this struggle takes the form of a revolutionary mass movement. Only where the feudal patriarchal relationships have not yet disintegrated to the point where the native aristocracy has fully separated out from the popular masses, as for example, among nomadic and semi-nomadic peoples, can the representatives of these elites come forward as active leaders in struggle against imperialist violence. Mesopotamia, Mongolia. In Muslim countries, the national movement is initially guided by the religious and political slogans of pan-Islamism. This provides an opportunity for great power officials and diplomats to utilize the prejudices and ignorance of the broad masses in struggle against this movement. Thus, British imperialism dabbles in pan-Islamism and pan-Arabism. The British plans to move the caliphate to India. French imperialism's pretense at Muslim sympathies. Nonetheless, to the degree that the national liberation movements extend in scope, the religious political slogans of pan-Islamism will be more and more replaced by specific political demands. This is shown by the recent struggle in Turkey to separate secular power from the caliphate. The main task that is common to all national revolutionary movements is to achieve national unity and political independence. How this task is carried out depends on the degree to which a given national movement is capable of breaking all its ties with the reactionary feudal forces, and to thus win over the broad working masses and give expression in its program to their social demands. Well aware that the desire of the nation for political independence can be expressed, under different historical conditions, by the most diverse social forces, the Communist International supports every national revolutionary movement against imperialism. However, it does not ignore the fact that the oppressed masses can be led to victory only by a consistent revolutionary line aimed at drawing the broadest masses into active struggle and an unconditional break with all those who seek conciliation with imperialism in order to maintain their own class rule. The native bourgeoisie's ties to reactionary feudal forces permit imperialism to exploit extensively feudal anarchy, the rivalry between individual leaders, lineages, and tribes, the antagonism of town and country, and struggles between occupational layers and national religious sects, in order to disorganize the people's movement. See China, Iran, Kurdistan, and Mesopotamia. 3. The agrarian question. In most countries of the East, India, Iran, Egypt, Syria, and Mesopotamia, the agrarian question is of paramount importance in the struggle for liberation from the yoke of great power despotism. By exploiting and ruining the peasant majority of the backward nations, imperialism robs them of their basic means of survival. Meanwhile, the resulting rural surplus population cannot be absorbed either by local industry, which is developed only in a few centers, or by emigration, for which possibilities are completely lacking. The impoverished peasants remaining on the land are reduced to the status of serfs. In the advanced countries, before the war, industrial crises acted as the regulators of social production. In the colonies, this role is played by famine. Given that imperialism has an intense interest in achieving huge profits with a minimum investment of capital in the backward countries, it sustains as long as possible the feudal and usurious forms of exploiting labor power. In some countries, such as India, it takes over the existing feudal state's monopoly ownership of the land and transforms the land tax into a tribute to great power capital and its local servants, the zamindars and talukdars. In other countries, it secures the land rent by acting through existing organizations of large landowners, as in Iran, Morocco, Egypt, and so on. The struggle to free the land from feudal dues and limitations thus takes on the character of a battle for national liberation against imperialism and feudal land tenure. Examples can be found in the uprising of the Molla against the landowners and the British in India in the autumn of 1921, and the Sikh uprising of 1922. Only the agrarian revolution, which adopts the aim of expropriating large landholdings, can set the mighty peasant masses in motion. It is destined to have a decisive influence in the struggle against imperialism. Bourgeois nationalists, in India, Iran, and Egypt, fear agrarian slogans and seek every possibility to water them down. This reveals the close links of the native bourgeoisie with the feudal and feudal bourgeois big landowners, on whom they are ideologically and politically dependent. All revolutionary forces must utilize this vacillation to reveal the irresolution of bourgeois leaders of the nationalist movements. It is this irresolution that obstructs organizing and unifying the working masses, as has been shown by the failure of the policy of passive resistance, non-cooperation in India. The revolutionary movement in backward countries of the East cannot be victorious unless it bases itself on the activity of the broad peasant masses. The revolutionary parties of all Eastern countries must therefore formulate a clear agrarian program, which demands the complete elimination of feudalism and its surviving institutions, large-scale land ownership, and the leasing out of the land tax. In order to draw the peasant masses into the struggle for national liberation, this program must demand a radical change in the basis of land ownership rights. It is equally necessary to compel the bourgeois national parties, as far as possible, to adopt this revolutionary agrarian program as their own. 4. The workers' movement in the East. The new workers' movement in the East is the result of recent development of indigenous capitalism. Previously, the working class there, even considering only its more advanced elements, was still in a state of transition, on the road from the small craft workshop to the large capitalist factory. To the degree that the bourgeois nationalist intelligentsia draws the revolutionary working class movement into the anti-imperialist struggle, its representatives will also initially lead the burgeoning trade union organizations and their activity. Initially in this activity, the proletariat does not go beyond the framework of common national interests of bourgeois democracy, thus the strike against the imperialist bureaucracy and administration in China and India. It often happens, as the Communist International's Second Congress noted, that representatives of bourgeois nationalism, drawing on the moral and political authority of Soviet Russia, seek to adapt their bourgeois democratic aspirations to the class instincts of workers by presenting them in a socialist or communist guise. In this way, they seek, sometimes without being conscious of the fact, to divert the initial proletarian associations from the immediate tasks of class organization. Thus, the Yeşil Ordu Party in Turkey, which has given a communist coloration to its pan-Turkism, and also the state socialism advocated by some representatives of the Kuomintang Party in China. Nonetheless, both the trade union and also the political movement of the working class have made great progress in recent years in the backward countries. It is very significant that independent proletarian class parties have been formed in almost all the countries of the East, even if the vast majority of these parties still have a great deal of internal work to do in order to rid themselves of dilettantism, sectarianism, and other shortcomings. From its outset, the Communist International has duly acknowledged the tremendous potential of the workers' movement in the East, which provides eloquent proof of the genuine international unification of proletarians of the entire world under the banner of communism. By contrast, the Second and 2.5 Internationals have so far failed to find supporters in a single one of the backward countries, precisely because they are playing merely the role of servants of European American imperialism. 5. The general tasks of communist parties in the East. Bourgeois nationalists view the workers' movement in terms of whether it will contribute to the victory of the bourgeoisie. By contrast, the international proletariat views the new workers' movement of the East in terms of its revolutionary future. Under capitalist rule, the backward countries will not be able to share in the achievements of modern technology and culture without paying an enormous tribute to great power capitalism in the form of savage exploitation and oppression. The workers of the East need to ally with the proletariat of the advanced countries not only for the sake of their joint struggle against imperialism, but also so that they may obtain from the victorious proletariat of these countries unselfish aid in the development of their backward productive forces. The alliance with the Western proletariat opens the road to an international federation of Soviet republics. For backward peoples, the Soviet order represents the least painful transition from primitive conditions of existence to the advanced culture of communism, which is destined to replace capitalist production and distribution in the entire world economy. This is shown by the experience of Soviet construction in the liberated colonies of the Russian Empire. Only the Soviet form of government is capable of securing the consistent implementation of a peasant-based agrarian reform. The particular conditions of agriculture in certain parts of the East irrigation were previously maintained by a special form of collective labor organized on a feudal and patriarchal basis. Later, this was undermined by systematic capitalist overcropping. They need a type of state organization that can meet social needs in a systematic and organized manner. As a result of particular climatic and historical circumstances, CO operatives of small-scale producers will play an important role in the transitional period across the East as a whole. The objective tasks of the colonial revolution are extending beyond the framework of bourgeois democracy, simply because a decisive victory of this revolution is incompatible with the rule of world imperialism. Initially, the native bourgeois intelligentsia forms the vanguard of the colonial revolutionary movements. But as the proletarian and semi-proletarian peasant masses are drawn into these movements, and to the degree that the social interests of these lower layers come to the fore, the big bourgeois and agrarian bourgeois forces begin to turn away from the movement. The young proletariat in the colonies faces a lengthy struggle during an entire historical epoch, a struggle against imperialist exploitation and against its own ruling classes, who hold exclusive possession of all the advantages of industrial and cultural development and seek to keep the broad working masses in their earlier prehistoric condition. This struggle for influence over the peasant masses must prepare the indigenous proletariat for the role of political leadership. Only when the proletariat has accomplished this task in its own ranks and with respect to the social layers closest to it will it be capable of challenging bourgeois democracy, which in the backward conditions of the East is even more hypocritical than in the West. Any refusal of communists in the colonies to take part in the struggle against imperialist tyranny, on the excuse of supposed defense of independent class interests, is opportunism of the worst sort that can only discredit the proletarian revolution in the East. No less damaging is the attempt to remain aloof from the struggle for the immediate interests of the working class in order to pursue national unity or civil peace with the bourgeois democrats. The communist workers' parties of the colonial and semi-colonial countries have a double task, both to fight for the most radical possible resolution of the tasks of a bourgeois democratic revolution aimed at winning political independence, and also to organize the worker and peasant masses in struggle for their particular class interests, profiting from all the contradictions in the nationalist bourgeois democratic camp. By putting forward social demands, communists provide an outlet for revolutionary energy that cannot be expressed in bourgeois liberal demands, and spur on its development. The working class in the colonial and semi-colonial countries must be aware that only the broadening and deepening of the struggle against the yoke of the imperialist great powers can serve to secure for them a revolutionary leadership role. On the other hand, it is only the economic and political organization and political education of the working class and the semi-proletarian layers that can expand the revolutionary impetus of the struggle against imperialism. The communist parties of the colonial and semi-colonial countries of the East, which are still at an embryonic stage, must take part in every movement that provides them with access to the masses. Nonetheless, they must wage an energetic struggle against patriarchal and craft prejudices and against bourgeois ideology, which is predominant in the workers' associations, in order to protect these undeveloped forms of trade unions from reformist tendencies and to transform them into organs of mass struggle. They must make every effort to organize the numerous agricultural day workers and apprentices, both men and women, on the basis of defense of their immediate interests. 6. The Anti-Imperialist United Front. The slogan of the Proletarian United Front was advanced in the West during a transitional period of gathering forces together organizationally. So too in the colonial East at present, the slogan of the Anti-Imperialist United Front must be emphasized. The suitability of this slogan flows from the perspective of an extended, lengthy struggle against world imperialism, demanding the mobilization of all revolutionary forces. This mobilization is all the more necessary, since the native ruling classes tend to make compromises with foreign capitalism that are directed against the interests of the popular masses. And just as the slogan of Proletarian United Front in the West contributes to exposing social democratic betrayal of proletarian interests, so too the slogan of Anti-Imperialist United Front serves to expose the vacillation of different bourgeois nationalist currents. This slogan will also promote the development of a revolutionary will and of class consciousness among the working masses, placing them in the front ranks of fighters not only against imperialism, but also against survivals of feudalism. The workers' movement in the colonial and semi-colonial countries must strive above all to achieve the role of an independent revolutionary force in the overall anti-imperialist front. Only when its autonomous weight is acknowledged and its political independence is thus safeguarded is it permissible and necessary to conclude temporary agreements with bourgeois democracy. The proletariat supports immediate demands and advances them itself, such as, for example, the demand for an independent democratic republic for assuring that women obtain rights, and so on, to the degree that the current relationship of forces does not permit it to implement its Soviet program as an immediate task. At the same time, the proletariat seeks to advance demands that promote a political alliance of the peasant and semi-proletarian masses with the workers' movement. One of the most important tasks of the anti-imperialist United Front tactic is to explain to the broad working masses why they need an alliance with the international proletariat and the Soviet Republic. The colonial revolution can only win and defend its victory, together with the proletarian revolution in the highly developed countries. As a result of inter-imperialist rivalry, the danger of a deal between bourgeois nationalism and one or several of the contending imperialist powers is much greater in the semi-colonial countries China, Iran, or in countries struggling for their political independence, Turkey, than it is in the colonies. Any such agreement involves a quite unequal balance of power between the native ruling classes and imperialism. Under cover of formal independence, it leaves the country in its previous status of a semi-colonial buffer state in the service of world imperialism. The working class recognizes that temporary and partial compromises are permissible and necessary in order to achieve a breathing spell in the revolutionary struggle for liberation against imperialism. But it must conduct an irreconcilable struggle against every attempt to establish an open or concealed power-sharing agreement between imperialism and the native ruling classes aimed at preserving the latter's class privileges. The demand for a close alliance with the proletarian Soviet Republic is a characteristic feature of the anti-imperialist United Front. While advancing this demand, a determined struggle must be carried out for comprehensive democratization of the political order, in order to rob politically and socially reactionary forces of their points of support in the country, and provide working people with organizational freedom in the struggle for their class interests. For a democratic republic, agrarian reform, tax reform, administrative reorganization on the basis of extensive self-government, protective labor legislation, restriction of child labor, protection of mothers and children, and so on. Even in independent Turkey, the working class enjoys no freedom of association, a telling indication of the bourgeois nationalist attitude to the proletariat. 7. The tasks of the proletariat in countries of the Pacific, the steady, uninterrupted growth of imperialist rivalry, is a further reason for organizing an anti-imperialist united front. This rivalry has now become so acute that unless international revolution intervenes, a new world war focused in the Pacific is inevitable. The Washington Conference, an attempt to ward off this threat, served in reality only to deepen and intensify the imperialist rivalries. The recent struggle in China between Wu Peifu and Zhang Zuolin was a direct result of the failure of attempts by Japanese and Anglo-American capitalism to reconcile their respective interests in Washington. The new war threatening the world will involve not only Japan, the United States, and Britain, but also other capitalist powers, France, the Netherlands, etc. It could well cause even more destruction than the War of 1914-18. The task of communist parties of the colonial and semi-colonial countries on the Pacific is to carry out energetic propaganda to explain this danger to the masses. They should summon them to militant struggle for national liberation and orient to Soviet Russia as the bastion of all the oppressed and exploited masses. In view of the threatening danger, the communist parties of the imperialist countries, the United States, Japan, Britain, Australia, and Canada, are obliged not to limit themselves to propaganda against the war, but also to make every effort to eliminate the factors that disorganize the workers' movement in these countries and make it easier for the capitalists to utilize national and race antagonisms. These factors are the questions of immigration and of cheap colored labor. The chief method of recruiting colored workers today on the sugar plantations in the Southern Pacific today is the contract system, which brings in workers from China and India. This fact has led workers of the imperialist countries to demand the passing of laws against immigration and against colored labor, both in the United States and in Australia. These laws deepen the antagonism between colored and white workers, fragmenting and weakening unity of the workers' movement. The communist parties of the United States, Canada, and Australia must wage a vigorous campaign against laws that restrict immigration and explain to the proletarian masses of these countries that they too will suffer harm because of the race hatred stirred up by these laws. The capitalists oppose such anti-immigration laws because they favor free importation of cheap colored labor as a means of driving down the wages of white workers. There is only one way to successfully counter the capitalists' intention to go over to the offensive. The immigrant workers must be admitted into the existing trade unions of white workers. At the same time, the demand must be raised that the wages of colored workers be brought up to same level as white workers' pay. Such a step by the communist parties will expose the capitalists' intentions and also demonstrate clearly to the colored workers that the international proletariat does not harbor any racial prejudice. To carry out these steps, the representatives of the revolutionary proletariat in the countries of the Pacific must convene a Pacific Conference to work out correct policies and determine the appropriate organizational steps for an effective unification of the proletariat of all races in the Pacific. The tasks of the metropolitan parties given the exceptional importance of the colonial revolutionary movements for international proletarian revolution, work in the colonies must be heightened, above all by communist parties and the imperialist powers. French imperialism is basing all its calculations for the suppression of proletarian revolutionary struggle in France and Europe on the utilization of its colonial workers as a reserve army of counter-revolution. British and American imperialism still continue to divide the workers' movement by winning the workers' aristocracy to its side with the promise of a certain share in the super profits drawn from colonial exploitation. Every communist party in countries that possess colonies must take on the task of organizing systematic ideological and material assistance for the proletarian and revolutionary movement in the colonies. They must strenuously and stubbornly oppose the quasi-socialist colonialist tendencies of some categories of well-paid European workers in the colonies. The European communist workers in the colonies must seek to organize the indigenous proletarians and win their trust through specific economic demands. Raising the level of native workers' pay to that of European workers, laws to protect labor, insurance, and so on. The creation of separate European communist organizations in the colonies Egypt-Algeria is a hidden form of colonialism and furthers only the interests of imperialism. Any attempt to build communist organizations on the basis of national characteristics contradicts the principles of proletarian internationalism. All parties of the Communist International are obligated to explain to the broad working masses the vital importance of the struggle against imperialist rule in the backward countries. The communist parties active in great power countries must form standing commissions on the colonial question from among the members of their central committees in order to pursue these goals. The support of the Communist International for communist parties of the East must be expressed above all through assistance in organizing their press and in bringing out publications and newspapers in the local languages. Special attention must be paid to work among the European workers' organizations and the occupation troops in the colonies. The communist parties of the great power countries must not miss a single opportunity to expose the predatory colonial policies of their imperialist governments and of the bourgeois and reformist parties. Chapter 10. For Global Black Liberation. Excerpt from Proceedings of the Fourth Comintern Congress. In November 1922, the Comintern's Fourth World Congress adopted the first statement on global black liberation ever made by a Marxist organization. The impulse for this statement came from two black Comintern supporters, Otto Huiswood and Claude McKay, who had traveled to Moscow from New York. Their speeches to the Congress follow, along with the final text of the resolution, which was unanimously adopted. Session 22, Reports on the Black Question. 25, November 19221. Awaken the consciousness of the black masses. Billings, Otto Huiswood, United States, Comrades. The Second Congress of the Communist International recognized the importance of the colonial question for the world revolution. From the ranks of comrades in the East, as well as from some comrades in the colonies, we hear the reproach that little attention has been paid to this matter, and that it has not received the attention it deserves as a component of the world revolution. The black question is another part of the racial and colonial question, and it has until now not received any special attention. I mean by that to say that the Second International did not devote any special attention to the black question. That is why we find in the Second Congress theses the remark that the Second International is an international of white workers, and the Communist International is an international of the workers of the world. Comrades Zinoviev and Bukharin referred in their speeches to the fact that the colonial question is today among the most important issues that we must deal with. And since this important problem is now under discussion, I expect of this Congress that it will recognize the experiences we have gone through and the policies recommended for the colonial question. The Congress, or rather the Communist International, has gathered certain experiences during its activity among the peoples of the Near and Far East, and should have gained some knowledge regarding this particular problem. We will find that in handling this question, certain unavoidable errors have been committed from which we must learn. When we address the black question, we must begin by heading in the right direction. When we examine the black question, we should include in our analysis the psychological aspects of the question. We must recognize that various peoples that have reached a definite level of development at a given time necessarily react to the world in a specific psychological fashion. If we try to work with these masses and carry out our propaganda and agitation among them, we must necessarily take into consideration the elements we find in this special question that is posed for analysis. Although the black question is chiefly economic in nature, we nonetheless find that the problem is worsened and deepened by frictions between the white and black races. As is generally known, the question of race, based as it is on prejudice arising from the class prejudices of specific groups in society, still plays an important role. It is true that in the United States, for example, the competition between black and white workers is the main source of racial hatred. But we must not forget that the blacks still bear the mark of bondage stemming from the time of slavery. For this reason, we find that the particular antagonism of white workers against black workers takes a special form. There are in all about 150 million blacks in the world, of which approximately 25 million live in the New World and the rest in Africa. The blacks in the United States and the West Indies are a source of cheap labor for the American capitalists. We observe that the capitalist class has always utilized them, as it still does today, in order to put down the white working class in its daily struggle. White guard forces are recruited from the ranks of these blacks to be used anywhere that there is a revolutionary uprising. The exploitation of blacks in Africa makes possible the continued accumulation of capital. The capitalist class as such recognizes the useful assistance provided by the black masses. For this reason, it many years ago set itself the task of infecting the black population with bourgeois ideology. This it did, of course, in its own interests, and not in order to help the blacks. The capitalists have carefully planned the formation of organizations among the blacks that carry out propaganda for the bourgeoisie and against the white workers. They have called into being the renowned Rockefeller Foundation and the Urban League. The first organization is a well-known strike-breaking institution, which was at its post while most revolutionaries were asleep, while the second gives financial support to schools for blacks. Despite these factors, it was unavoidable that the black population would find a way of defending itself against the oppression that it suffers everywhere in the world. Initially, this took the form of religious institutions, which were in some periods the only permitted framework for their private recreation. Later we see, however, the continual development of black organizations that, although composed entirely of blacks, either directly or indirectly stand to some degree in opposition to capitalism. The three most important black organizations are, first, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, an organization composed mainly of proletarian forces and led by bourgeois intellectuals, whose activity is based on the principle of petitioning the capitalist class to improve the conditions of blacks, which in practical terms is simply a form of begging. We then come to a second and more interesting organization, the Marcus's Garvey organization, which is ultra-nationalist and has a radical membership. Although this organization veils its program with an inexpensive share certificate system, it has nonetheless moved the blacks into action against imperialism. This organization was founded after the World War. Of course, it did not take any definitive radical form. This was prevented even at that time by its leader. Nonetheless, it has awakened racial consciousness and utilized it on a broad scale, even into the interior of Africa, where one would hardly expect that an organization formed in the United States would find a base of support. The third organization is the African Blood Brotherhood, a radical black organization whose program is based on the destruction of capitalism. This organization was the only one to wage a struggle during the racial battles in Tulsa, Oklahoma, a brilliant and brave struggle. And it is the organization to which the capitalist class of the United States is now going to devote its attention. There are also various small nationalist organizations in Africa, such as the Ethiopian movement, which all find their inspiration in the United States, the center of political tendencies among the blacks. These organizations have expanded and developed as far as into the Sudan. They could be utilized by communists if the propaganda material was written carefully and with reflection and was then used intensively to bring these movements together. So we see that there is already a sort of organization that will oppose world imperialism. There are about 450 black newspapers and magazines in the United States, most addressing only the question of race, but nonetheless exerting a great influence on the black masses. Thus we have, for example, the Chicago Defender, with a weekly press run of 250,000, which is sent everywhere in the world where significant numbers of blacks are to be found. Then there is also Crisis, a monthly magazine with a run of more than 60,000. These publications, especially the Chicago Defender and others with a smaller circulation, have always made use of the radical propaganda material that we have made available to them. Audiobook. The blacks sense the approach of a crisis that will break out between whites and blacks in the South. The seeds have been sown in the South, and they must sprout up there in some form. It is likely that the crisis will take the form of race baiting on a vast scale. For us, comrades, the black question is of great interest and supreme importance. We see, for example, that among the approximately 12 million blacks, 2 million work in the industrial districts of the North and another 9 or 10 million in the South. I assume that you all have some conception of this South. When you go there, you will believe yourselves to be in Dante's Inferno. Sometimes you will feel that all hope is futile. The South is almost a separate country. Among the blacks, 80% live in the countryside. The racial division is kept very sharp, and blacks are robbed of their right to vote. And here, where the class struggle is waged in its most brutal form, we find that the relationship between blacks and whites consists of continual conflicts and life and death struggles. This is where you find lynching and racial uprisings. You see that in the South, the lynching of a black is the occasion for enjoyment, as it is elsewhere to go to the cinema. When you grasp that the white population of the South is so imbued by this notion of white domination of the blacks, you will also understand that we must take up this question. At present, when major strikes are carried out in the north of the United States, we see that the capitalist class send their paid agents as rapidly as possible to the South to bring the blacks there to the northern districts as strike breakers. These agents promise higher wages and better conditions in order to induce blacks to enter the strike districts. This poses a constant danger to white strikers. But the blacks must not be held solely responsible for this situation. The American trade unions, and I am speaking here of genuine trade unions, have insisted during recent years that a black, even if a skilled worker, is barred from membership in the unions because of the color of his skin. Just a short time ago, the American Federation of Labor made a feeble attempt to enable blacks to join the regular trade unions. But even today, if I am not mistaken, even such an organization as the Machinists' Union has a regulation in its program establishing as a condition of membership that each white brother will recruit other white workers, or something of this sort. That means that blacks will always remain outside the union simply because they are black. The capitalist class and the reactionary black press exploit this fact as much as they can in order to turn black workers against the unions. When you discuss with a black about his joining a union or about the need to be a radical, you always get hurled in your face the response, "Don't preach to me, preach to the whites. The unions are useful to them, not to me." I am always ready to fight side by side with them if they are prepared to let me join. But as long as they refuse, I will carry out work that has been struck. And by God, I have a right to do this. I need to protect my life. That is one of their arguments, and we cannot ignore it. We can advance all the fine theoretical formulations that we have at hand, but yet in the daily struggle there are some harsh and stubborn facts. The Commission on Blacks has drafted theses on the black question, which I will now read. During our discussion of the black question, we made certain definite proposals, which in our opinion should be carried out by the different sections of the Communist International, whose countries or whose colonies contain blacks. We have of course not made these proposals so they could remain on paper, but rather so they could be transformed into reality by the various sections. And we ask the Communist International to see to it that these proposals are applied to the letter and in the spirit in which they have been written. We have drawn up an outline for our work, a proposal to begin work immediately among black people of the entire world. We have also proposed the founding of a Bureau for Blacks as a component of the Executive Committee of the Communist International. The reason for this was that we wish to coordinate and centralize the work. We thought that Moscow is the best place for this bureau, or section, or whatever you choose to call it. The black question is of great importance for us, and for this reason, we have made an effort to study the real situation in Africa, and especially in the United States. We have not fallen into reverie over a program, but we have nevertheless made specific proposals for a plan for a black organization. This plan took into account the specific spiritual characteristics of blacks in the present period. Comrades, to conclude, I would like to express the hope that comrades of each section of the Communist International where there are black workers will seize hold of the black question in its current form, viewing this not merely as a New Year's resolution, but as work to be carried out in reality and in action, in order to awaken the consciousness of the black masses and put us in a position to integrate them into the proletarian revolution. Situation of blacks is horrendous and fraught with. Claude McKay, United States comrades, I have the feeling that I would prefer to face lynch justice in the civilized United States rather than to try to make a speech before such an intellectually developed and critically minded world audience. I belong to a race of speakers, yet my public speaking is always so poor that those of my own race say that I should not try to give speeches anymore, but should stick to writing. But when I heard that the black question was to be placed on the agenda of this Congress, I felt nevertheless that I would stand in eternal disgrace if I did not say something about the brothers and sisters of my race. I would particularly disgrace the blacks of the United States, since I published a poem in 1919 that has become known, which is always shoved into the limelight because of my poetical temperament as a leading spokesperson for black radicalism in the United States. I have the feeling that my race has been honored by the invitation to one of its members to speak at the present Fourth Congress. It is an honor not because my race is different from the white or yellow races, but because it is a race of workers, of hewers, of wood and drawers of water, a race that belongs to the most oppressed, exploited, and subjugated part of the working class of the world. The Communist International is for the emancipation of all workers of the world without distinction of race or color. And this stand of the Communist International is not just written on paper, as is the 15th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States of America. 6. It is something real. The black race at present has a special position in the economic life of the world. In every country where whites and blacks must live together, the capitalists set the one against the other. It is as if the international bourgeoisie wished to use the black race as a trump in the battle against world revolution. Great Britain has black regiments in the colonies, and by using them in the last war, it showed what can be achieved by black soldiers. And the revolution in Britain is still far distant as a result of the well-organized exploitation of the subject peoples of the British Empire. In Europe, we see that France has a black army of more than 300,000 men, and that it aims to use this army to carry out its policy of the imperialist subjugation of Europe. In the United States, we face the same situation. The North American bourgeoisie knows how well the black soldiers fought for their liberation in the Civil War, even though they were illiterate and unpracticed. It also knows how well the black soldiers fought in the Spanish-American War under Theodore Roosevelt. It knows that in the recent war, it mobilized more than 400,000 blacks, who acquitted themselves very well. In addition to fighting for the capitalists, they have bravely weathered a hard struggle for their own interests, as they were forced after their return to the United States to struggle against the white mobs in Chicago, St. Louis, and Washington. But even more important is the fact that the American capitalists use black soldiers in their struggles against the interests of the working class, and that they are preparing to mobilize the entire black race in the United States in combat against the organized working class. The present situation in the United States is horrendous and fraught with danger. It is more dreadful and horrendous than that of the peasants and Jews under the rule of the czars in Russia. It is so dreadful and horrendous that very few people in the United States can accept it. The reformist bourgeoisie has carried out a struggle against racial division and race prejudice in the United States. The socialists and communists conducted this struggle with great caution because there are still strong prejudices of this kind among the American socialists and communists. They do not want to take up the black question. In my dealings with American comrades, I have seen that on many occasions, when white and black comrades came together, that prejudice was noticeable. And the greatest hindrance that communists in the United States must overcome is that they must first of all free themselves from their attitudes toward blacks before they can succeed in reaching blacks through any form of radical propaganda. But when I consider the blacks themselves, I have a sense that just as other oppressed races have come to Moscow to learn how to struggle against the exploiter, the blacks too will come to Moscow. In 1919, when the Communist International published its manifesto, which contained a passage regarding the exploited colonies, there were many groups of radical blacks in the United States that distributed this propaganda among blacks. In 1920, the American government set about combating and suppressing radical propaganda among blacks. Several small groups of radical blacks responded to these efforts of the government by a public declaration that socialists were striving for the emancipation of blacks, while the reformist United States could do nothing for them. It was on this occasion, I believe, that American blacks grasped for the first time in American history that Karl Marx was concerned with their emancipation and fought for it energetically. I will read a relevant quotation from a writing by Karl Marx during the Civil War, when an oligarchy of 300,000 slaveholders dared to inscribe, for the first time in the annals of the world, slavery on the banner of armed revolt. when on the very spots where hardly a century ago the idea of one great democratic republic had first sprung up, whence the first declaration of the rights of man was issued. And the first impulse given to the European Revolution of the 18th century, when, on those very spots counter-revolution, cynically proclaimed property in man the cornerstone of the new edifice, then the working classes of Europe understood at once that the slaveholders' rebellion was to sound the tocsin for a general holy crusade of property against labor, and that for the men of labor, with their hopes for the future, even their past conquests were at stake in that tremendous conflict on the other side of the Atlantic. Karl Marx, who wrote these lines, is generally known as the father of scientific socialism and the author of the epoch-making work, Capital, popularly known as the Socialist Bible. Together with Richard Cobden, the atheist Charles Bradlaugh, and John Bright, he traveled throughout Britain to give addresses and arouse the working class against the Confederacy to such a degree that Lord Palmerston, the Prime Minister, who wished to recognize the South, was forced to resign. Just as Marx fought against chattel slavery in 1861, his intellectual followers, today's socialists, are fighting against wage slavery, the exploitation of people by other people. If the American Workers' Party were a genuine workers' party, which embraced the blacks as well, it would be illegal in the South. And I would like to inform the American comrades that there is a local branch of the American Workers' Party in the South, in Richmond, in the state of Virginia, which is illegal. Illegal because it has colored members. Here we have a small group of white and black comrades who work together, and the fact that there are laws in Virginia, and in most other southern states that ban meetings that include both whites and blacks, means that the Workers' Party can only be illegal in the South. In order to get around the Virginia laws, the black and white comrades have to have separate meetings and come together only once a month behind closed doors. That is indicative of the work that must be accomplished in the South. The work among the blacks in the South must be carried out through legal propaganda organized in the North. For the southern states of the United States, home to 9 million of the black population, which numbers 10 million in all, is such that even the liberal bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie among the blacks are prevented by legal restrictions from having their own publications to develop reformist propaganda. The fact is that only in the southern states is there suppression of freedom of opinion. In the North, on the other hand, there is no such repression. In the North, special laws are passed for specific situations, such as, for example, the laws against communists and socialists during the war. In the South, by contrast, there are laws that have been on the books for 55 years now, banning blacks from meeting together to discuss their grievances. The whites who are concerned with the condition of blacks are not allowed to go to them and speak to them. When we send white comrades to the South, they are usually expelled by the white oligarchy, and if they do not leave the area, the white mob sets upon them and whips, tars, and feathers them. But when we send black comrades, they do not come back again, because they are lynched and burned. Claude McKay at the Fourth Congress. I hope that the international bourgeoisie will not succeed in utilizing blacks in the final struggle against world revolution. I hope that in response to the challenge of the international bourgeoisie, which has now fully grasped the importance of the black question, we will soon see some black soldiers in the ranks of the best, most courageous, and most magnificent armed force in the world, Russia's Red Army and Navy, who will fight not only for their own emancipation, but for the liberation of the entire working class of the world. Theses on the Black Question. 1. During and after the war, a movement of revolt developed among the colonial and semi-colonial peoples against the power of world capitalism, and this movement is successfully making progress. Meanwhile, the further development of capitalism depends on resolving its last great challenge, the penetration and intensive colonization of the territories inhabited by black races. French capitalism has clearly recognized that post-war. French imperialism can only be maintained by creating a French empire in Africa, tied to the mother country by a trans-Sahara railroad. The financial magnates of the United States, who already exploit 12 million blacks in that country, have begun the peaceful penetration of Africa. Britain's fear that its position in Africa may be threatened is clearly shown by the extreme measures it took to suppress the strikes in South Africa in the Rand. Just as the competition between imperialist powers in the Pacific region has produced an acute danger of a new world war, so there are ominous indications that Africa has become the object of their competitive efforts. In addition, the war, the Russian Revolution, and the powerful rebellious movements of Asian and Muslim peoples against imperialism have awakened racial consciousness among millions of blacks who have been oppressed and humiliated for centuries not only in Africa but also, and perhaps even more, in the United States. 2. The history of blacks in the United States has prepared them to play an important role in the liberation struggle of the entire African race. 300 years ago, the American blacks were torn from their native soil, transported on slave ships under the most indescribably cruel conditions, and sold into slavery. For 250 years, they worked as slaves under the whip of the American overseer. Their labor cleared the forests, built the roads, planted the cotton, laid the railway tracks, and sustained the Southern aristocracy. The reward for their labor was poverty, ignorance, degradation, and misery. The blacks were not docile slaves. Their history tells of rebellions, revolts, and underground techniques of winning freedom. But all their struggles were savagely suppressed. They were tortured into submission, while the bourgeois press and bourgeois religion declared their enslavement to be rightful. Slavery grew into a barrier on the road to America's development on a capitalist basis. In the contest between chattel slavery and wage slavery, chattel slavery was destined to defeat. The Civil War was a war not to free the slaves, but to maintain the industrial supremacy of capitalism in the northern states. It presented blacks with the choice between slavery in the South and wage slavery in the North. The longing, the blood, and the tears of the emancipated blacks formed part of the material from which American capitalism was constructed. When the United States, which had now emerged as a world power, was inevitably pulled into the whirlpool of the World War, blacks were declared to be of equal worth to whites. They were permitted to kill for democracy and let themselves be killed. 400,000 colored workers were recruited into the American Army and formed into black regiments. Immediately after the dreadful sacrifices of the World War, the black soldier, returning home, faced racial persecution, lynching, murder, deprival of the right to vote, and inequality between him and the whites. Blacks fought back, for which they had to pay dearly. The persecution of blacks became more intensive and pervasive than before the war, until they had learned to forget their presumption. The spirit of rebellion aroused by the post-war persecution and brutality, although suppressed, flares up again, as we saw in the protests against atrocities such as those that took place in Tulsa, combined with the impact of the blacks. Integration into industry in the North, this assigns to American blacks, especially in the North, a place in the vanguard of the struggle against oppression in Africa. 3. The Communist International views with satisfaction the resistance of exploited blacks to the attacks of their exploiters, since the enemy of their race and of the white worker is identical: capitalism and imperialism. The international struggle of the black race is a struggle against capitalism and imperialism. The international black movement must be organized on this basis. In the United States, the center of black culture and the focus of black protests. In Africa, the reservoir of human labor for capitalism. Further development in Central America, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Colombia, Nicaragua, and other independent republics, which is dominated by American imperialism. In Puerto Rico, Haiti, Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, and other islands in the Caribbean, where the brutal treatment of our black fellow men by American occupation troops has aroused a protest by conscious blacks and revolutionary white workers around the world. In South Africa and the Congo, where the increasing industrialization of the black population has led to uprisings of different types. In East Africa, where the current penetration of international capitalism is driving the native population to active resistance against imperialism. 4. It is the task of the Communist International to show blacks that they are not the only people that suffer the oppression of imperialism and capitalism. The workers and peasants of Europe, Asia, and America are also victims of the imperialist exploiters. In India and China, in Iran and Turkey, in Egypt and Morocco, the oppressed colored peoples are mounting a heroic defense against the imperialist exploiters. These peoples are rising up against the same outrages that drive blacks to fury: racial oppression, social and economic inequality, and intensive exploitation in industry. These peoples are fighting for the same goals as blacks, for political, economic, and social liberation and equality. The Communist International represents the worldwide struggle of revolutionary workers and peasants against the power of imperialism. It is not only the organization of the subjugated white workers in Europe and America, but is also the organization of the oppressed colored peoples of the world. It feels duty-bound to support and promote the international organization of blacks in their struggle against the common enemy. 5. The Black question has become an essential part of the world revolution. The Communist International has already recognized what worthwhile help the colored peoples of Asia can provide in the semi-colonial countries. It views the assistance of our oppressed black fellow human beings as absolutely necessary for proletarian revolution and the destruction of capitalist power. For these reasons, the Fourth Congress assigns to communists the special responsibility to apply the theses on the colonial question to the situation of blacks. 6. The Fourth Congress considers it essential to support every form of the black movement that either undermines or weakens capitalism or places barriers in the path of its further expansion. The Communist International will struggle for the equality of the white and black races, and for equal wages and equal political and social rights. The Communist International will utilize all the means available to it to compel the trade unions to take black workers into their rights, or, where this right already exists in form, to make special efforts to recruit blacks into the trade unions. If this proves to be impossible, the Communist International will organize blacks in their own trade unions and make special use of the united to front tactic in order to force the general unions to admit them. The Communist International will take immediate steps to convene a General Conference or Congress of Blacks in Moscow. Chair, the resolution has been distributed to you in translation and has been read out. We come to the vote on the resolution on the Black question. The resolution was adopted unanimously on November 30th, 1922. Chapter 11, Fifth Congress of the Communist International, Ho Chi Minh, on the national and colonial questions. The native peasants are ripe for insurrection. The policy of an anti-colonial united front adopted by the Comintern's 1922 World Congress found expression in China, where the newly formed Communist Party worked to build the popular insurgency for national liberation that was then led by Sun Yat-sen and the Kuomintang Nationalist Party. In Europe, the Comintern initiated a league against colonialism that sponsored a Hands of China conference in Germany in 1923. Nonetheless, the communist parties of Europe were slow to rally for colonial freedom. This default aroused a concern often expressed at Comintern gatherings, and not only by delegates from colonized countries. The celebrated Vietnamese communist leader Ho Chi Minh, then known as Nguyen Ai Quoc, drew the Comintern's attention to this failing in a dramatic speech given on July 8, 1924, to the Comintern's Fifth Congress in Moscow. In a second speech to the Congress given that same day, Ho drew on his intensive discussions in Paris in previous years with anti-colonial activists from many French possessions in Asia and Africa to present a damning portrait of the French Empire's criminal land seizures, plunder, and oppression of its colonial subjects. Famine is on the increase, and so is the people's hatred, Ho concluded. The native peasants are ripe for insurrection. What our European parties have done for the colonies is almost worthless. Comrades, I wish only to put forward some suggestions about Comrade Manuilski's criticisms of our policy on the colonial question. But before entering upon the matter, it is desirable to give some statistics in order to help us to see its importance more clearly. See table on p. 259. Therefore, 9 countries with a population of 320,657,000 and an area of 11,470,300 square kilometers are exploiting colonies, embracing dozens of nationalities, with a population of 560,193,000 and covering an area of 55,637,000 square kilometers. The whole area of the colonies is 5 times greater than that of the mother countries, and the whole population of the mother countries amounts to less than 3/5 of that of the colonies. These figures are still more striking if the biggest imperialist countries are taken separately. The British colonies taken as a whole are 8.5 times more populous and about 232 times bigger than Great Britain. France occupies an area 19 times bigger than her own. The population of the French colonies exceeds that of France by 16.6 million. Thus, it is not an exaggeration to say that so long as the French and British Communist parties have not advanced a genuinely progressive policy with regard to the colonies, have not come into contact with the colonial peoples, their program as a whole is and will be ineffective because it goes counter to Leninism. I will explain myself more clearly. In his speech on Lenin and the national question, Comrade Stalin said that the reformists and leaders of the Second International refused to deal with the white peoples and colored peoples on an equal basis. Leninism, however, did away with this unequal treatment and removed the barrier that placed the civilized and uncivilized slaves of imperialism in different compartments. According to Lenin, the victory of the revolution in the West depends on a close alliance with the liberation movement against imperialism in enslaved colonies and oppressed countries. The national question is merely a component of the overall question of proletarian revolution and proletarian dictatorship. Later, Comrade Stalin branded as counter-revolutionary the viewpoint that the European proletarians can achieve victory without a direct alliance with the liberation movement in the colonies. But if we evaluate points of view on the basis of deeds, we are entitled to say that our big parties, excepting the Soviet Communist Party, still hold the above-mentioned viewpoint. What have the bourgeois class in the colonialist countries done to achieve the oppression of the great mass of people enslaved by them? They have done everything. In addition to employing force and violence, they have carried out intensive propaganda. They have crammed the heads of the people of the mother countries with speeches, films, newspapers, exhibitions, and every other means, so that they have a colonialist outlook. They have displayed before their eyes pictures of the easy, honorable, and rich life which seems to await them in the colonies. As for our communist parties in Great Britain, the Netherlands, Belgium, and other countries, what have they done to cope with the colonial invasions perpetrated by the bourgeois class of their countries? What have they done from the day they accepted Lenin's political program to educate the working class of their countries in the spirit of true internationalism, and that of close contact with the working masses in the colonies? What our parties have done in this domain is almost worthless. As for me, I was born in a French colony and am a member of the French Communist Party, and I am very sorry to say that. Our Communist Party has done hardly anything for the colonies. It is the task of the communist newspapers to introduce the colonial question to our militants, to awaken the working masses in the colonies, win them over to the cause of communism. But what have our newspapers done? Nothing at all. Just compare the number of columns devoted to the colonial question in the bourgeois newspapers such as the Times, Figaro, L'Oeuvre, or those of various workers' currents such as Le Populaire or Libertaire, with those devoted to the same question in L'Humanité, the central organ of our party. We can only say that this comparison will not be favorable to us. When the Ministry of Colonies worked out a plan for transforming many African regions into large private plantations, turning the people of these regions into veritable slaves attached to the new employer's land, our newspapers still remained silent. In the French West African colonies, measures for military enlistment employing brutal compulsion were carried out, and yet our newspapers maintained a close silence. The colonialist authorities in Indochina turned themselves into slave traders and sold the inhabitants of North Vietnam to planters in the Pacific Islands. They lengthened the natives' military service from 2 to 4 years. They sold the greater part of the colonial land to financier sharks. They increased taxes by a further 30% in spite of the natives' inability to pay the old ones. And all this was done while the natives were being driven to bankruptcy and dying of hunger through flood. However, our newspapers still maintained silence. Thus, it is no wonder that the natives are inclined to side with democratic or liberal organizations, such as the Society for the Rights of Man and the Citizen, together with other similar organizations which take care of them or pretend to take care of them. If we go even further, we shall see shocking things, leading all to think that our party has a disregard for all that concerns the colonies. For instance, L'Humanité did not find space to publish the Peasants' International's appeal to the people of the colonies, distributed by the Communist International. Prior to the party's Lyon Conference 1924, the written discussion found place for all the theses except those on the colonial question. L'Humanité carried many articles on the Senegal boxer Seki's success, but did not raise its voice when the dockers at Dakar port, Seki's brothers, were arrested in the middle of their work, tied hand and foot, hauled onto lorries, and taken to jail. Later, they were sent to the garrisons to be turned into defenders of civilization, that is to say, into soldiers. The central organ of our party daily informed our readers of the feats of the pilot Georges Pelletier-Doisy, who flew from Paris to Indochina. But when the colonial administration pillaged the people of Annam, robbed them of their fields to give them to the French profiteers, sent out bombers with orders to the pilots. To teach reason to the pitiful and despoiled local people, the organ of our party did not find it necessary to bring this news to the knowledge of its readers. Comrades, the press of the French bourgeoisie has realized that the national question cannot be separated from the colonial question. In my opinion, our party has not thoroughly understood this. We must learn from the lessons of the Ruhr when native troops were used against starving German workers and to encircle suspect French regiments, the example of the Eastern troops, in which the native forces were given machine guns, to mobilize the spirit of the French troops worn out by the hard and protracted war, the events which occurred in 1917 at places where Russian troops were stationed in France, events during the strike of agricultural workers in the Pyrenees, where native troops were forced to play the shameful part of strike breakers, and finally, the presence of 207,000 colonial troops in France itself. All these have still not made our party think and lay down a clear and firm policy on colonial questions. The party has missed many good opportunities for propaganda. The new party leadership has conceded that the party has been inactive on this question. That is a good sign. Once the leaders of the party have realized and recognized this weak point in the party's policy, there is hope that the party will do its utmost to rectify its errors. I firmly believe that this Congress will be the turning point and will urge the party to correct its past shortcomings. Although Comrade Manuilski is quite right in his remarks on the elections in Algeria. To be objective, I must say that although our party has committed errors, it has corrected them by nominating a colonial representative as candidate in the Seine-Paris departmental elections. Though this is still too little, it is fairly satisfactory as a beginning. I am very happy to see that at present our party is again filled with enthusiasm and the best intentions, which need only to be accompanied by deeds in order to arrive at a correct policy on the colonial question. What are these practical deeds? It is not enough to work out long political programs and pass high-sounding resolutions that, after the Congress, are sent to the museum, as has always been done in the past. We must adopt concrete measures. I propose the following points. 1. To publish in Illuminite, a new feature of at least 2 columns weekly devoted to regular coverage of colonial questions. 2. To increase propaganda and recruitment among the natives of the colonial countries where branches of the Communist International already exist. 3. To send comrades from the colonial countries to study at the Communist University of the Eastern Peoples in Moscow. 4. To come to an agreement with the United General Confederation of Labor CGTU on the organization of working people from colonial countries working in France. 5. To set party members the task of paying more attention to colonial questions. In my opinion, these proposals are useful, and if the Communist International and delegates of our party approve them, I believe that at the 6th Comintern Congress, the French Communist Party will be able to say that the united front of the masses of the metropolitan country and colonies has become a reality. Comrades, as Lenin's disciples, we must concentrate all our forces and energies on colonial questions, as on all other questions, in order to implement Lenin's teachings. Victims of colonialism are ripe for insurrection. The French colonies occupy an area of 10.2 million square kilometers with 55.6 million inhabitants scattered over all 4 continents. In spite of the differences in races, climates, customs, traditions, and economic and social development, there are 2 common points that make them alike and can later bring about unity in the common struggle. 1. The economic situation. In all the French colonies, industry and commerce are little developed, and the majority of the population are engaged in agriculture. 95% of the population are peasants. 2. In all the colonies, the native peoples are unremittingly exploited by French imperialist capital. I have not enough time to make a thorough analysis of the situation of the peasants in each colony. Therefore, I shall take only a few typical examples to give an idea of the peasant's life in the colonies. I shall begin with my country, Indochina, which naturally I know better than the other colonies. When France occupied this colony, the war drove the peasants away from their villages. Later, on their return, they They found their lands occupied by the colonists who had followed in the wake of the victorious army. They had shared among themselves the land the native peasants had cultivated for generations. In consequence, the enemy's peasants were turned into serfs and forced to cultivate their own lands for foreign masters. Numerous unfortunates who could not suffer the extremely hard conditions imposed by the occupiers left their lands and wandered about the country. They were called pirates by the French, who sought every means to prosecute them. The lands stolen in this way were allotted to the planters. They needed merely to say a word in order to get tracts of land sometimes covering more than 20,000 or 25,000 hectares. These planters not only occupied lands without any payment, but also obtained all that was necessary to exploit those lands, including labor. The administration allowed them to make use of a number of prisoners without any payment, or ordered the communes to supply them with manpower. Besides the pillage by the administration, thievery by the Catholic mission must be mentioned. The Catholic mission alone occupies 1/4 of the areas under cultivation in Cochin China. To secure for itself all those lands, it used every imaginable and unimaginable method, including bribery, fraud, and coercion. Here are a few examples. Availing itself of crop failures, it gave the peasants loans, with their rice fields pledged on mortgage. The interest rates being too high, the peasants were unable to get out of debt and had to cede their mortgaged fields outright to the mission. Using all kinds of underhand methods, the mission did its utmost to find out secret information that could be harmful to the colonial authorities. It used this information as a threat to force the authorities to comply with its will. The mission founded companies for the exploitation of the plantations which were occupied without any payment, the lands having been stolen from the peasants. The henchmen of the mission held high positions in the government. The mission exploited believers no less ruthlessly than the planters. Another of its tricks was to assemble poor people and force them to reclaim wasteland with promises that once the land was cultivated, it would be divided among the peasants. But as soon as the land was reclaimed and the crops about to be harvested, the mission declared that it owned the land and drove out those who had toiled to make it productive. Robbed by their protectors, both secular and spiritual, the enemy's peasants were not even left in peace to work on their remaining tiny plots of land. The Land Registry Service carried out a fraudulent cadastral survey to make the peasants pay more taxes. These increased every year. Recently, after occupying thousands of hectares of land belonging to the enemy's highlanders to give them to the profiteers, the authorities sent airplanes to the place so that the victims dared not think of rebelling. The despoiled peasants, ruined and driven away, again found ways and means to reclaim virgin land. But once it was under cultivation, the administration would seize it and oblige them to buy it at prices fixed by the administration. Those unable to pay would be driven out pitilessly. Last year, the country was devastated by catastrophic floods. However, land taxes increased 30%. In addition to the iniquitous taxes that ruin them, the peasants still have to do forced labor, pay a poll tax, a salt tax, buy government bonds, subscribe to various funds and many other things, and sign unequal contracts, etc. French capitalists in Algeria, Tunisia, and Morocco have carried out the same policy of robbery and exploitation. All the good irrigated land was kept for the French. The natives were driven away to areas at the foot of the mountains or to arid spots. The financial companies, profiteers, and high functionaries divided the land in the colonies among themselves. The Bank of Algeria and Tunisia made a profit of 12.3 million francs from a capital of 25 million francs. The Bank of Morocco, with a capital of 15.4 million francs, made a profit of 1.7 million in 1921. The French-Algerian Company has occupied 324,000 hectares of the best land, the Algerian General Company another 100,000 hectares. A private company has occupied 50,000 hectares of forest without any payment, while Capsa Phosphate and Railway Company took 50,000 hectares of land rich in ores, and also secured priority rights over 20,000 hectares of neighboring land. A former French parliamentary deputy has occupied a plantation covering 1,125 hectares of land, with mines to the value of 10 million francs, producing a yearly income of 4 million francs. The natives, the real owners of these mines, receive annually only 1/10 of a franc per hectare. French colonial policy has abolished the right of collective ownership and replaced it by private ownership. It has also abolished small-scale ownership to the advantage of a state ownership of the plantations. For the native peasants, this policy has entailed the loss of 5 million hectares of their best land. In 15 years, the peasants in Kabylia were robbed of 192,090 hectares. Since 1913, the Moroccan peasants have been robbed of 12,000 hectares of cultivated land. Since France's victory in the War for Justice, that figure has risen to 14,540 hectares. At present, there are in Morocco only 1,070 French people, but they occupy 500,000 hectares of land. Like their Annamese peasant brothers and sisters, the peasants in Africa lead an unbearably hard life, subjected to continual forced labor and paying heavy taxes. Their misery and sufferings are indescribable. Due to shortage of food, they have to eat wild vegetables and grasses or rotten rice, and consequently are affected with typhus and tuberculosis. Even in good harvest years, peasants search rubbish heaps, contending with the dogs for remnants of food. In lean years, the corpses of peasants dead of starvation litter the fields and the highways. The peasant's life in West Africa and French Equatorial Africa is still more frightful. These colonies are in the hands of about 40 companies, which occupy everything: land and fields, natural resources, and even the natives' lives. The latter lack even the right to work for themselves. They are compelled to work for the companies all the time, and only for the companies. To force them to work for nothing, incredible means of coercion are used by the companies. All lands and fields are confiscated. Only those who agree to do the farming required by the companies are allowed to have some tiny plots of land. People are affected with all kinds of diseases through malnutrition, and the death rate, especially among the children, is very high. Another method is to make old people, women and children, work as servants. They are lodged in small huts, ill-treated, beaten, ill-fed, and sometimes murdered. In some localities, the number of permanent servants is kept about equal to the number of workers in order to discourage the latter from running away. In order to maintain work levels in the plantations, the natives are forbidden to work their own land and harvest crops in good time. Therefore, famine and epidemics occur very often, wreaking havoc in the colonies. The few tribes who have fled to the forests and succeeded in escaping the planters' exploitation live like animals, feeding on roots and leaves, and die from malaria and the unwholesome climate. Meanwhile, the white masters are devastating their fields and villages. The following is an excerpt from an officer's diary describing briefly but clearly the repression of the colonial peasants. Raid on Kalover village. Raid on the Fan tribe at Kuno. Villages and gardens destroyed. Raid on Bikani village. Village burnt down, 3,000 banana trees cut down. Raid on Kwa village. Village destroyed. Gardens and farms razed to the ground. Raid on Abimafan village. All houses burnt down. All gardens and farms destroyed. Raid on Examfami village. Village destroyed. The whole commune along Baum River burnt down. The same system of pillage, extermination, and destruction prevails in the African regions under Italian, Spanish, British, or Portuguese rule. In the Belgian Congo, the population in 1891 was 25 million, but by 1911 it had fallen to 8.5 million. The Hereros and Nama tribes in the former German colonies in Africa were completely exterminated. 80,000 were killed under German rule, and 15,000 were killed during the pacification period in 1904. In one region of the French Congo, the population was 20,000 in 1894 and only 9,700 in 1911. In another province, there were 10,000 inhabitants in 1910. 8 years later, there remained only 1,080. In another province with 40,000 black inhabitants, in only 2 years, 20,000 people were killed, and in the following 6 months, 6,000 more were killed or disabled. The densely populated regions bordering the rivers were turned into deserts within a matter of 15 years. Bleached bones were scattered throughout the ravaged oases and villages. The life of the survivors was atrocious in the extreme. The peasants were robbed of the tiny plots of land allowed them by the companies, the artisans lost their crafts, and the breeders their cattle. The Matabellis were cattle breeders. Before the arrival of the British, they had 200,000 cattle. 2 years later, only 40,900 were left. The Hereros had 90,000 cattle. Within 12 years, the German colonists had robbed them of half. Similar cases are numerous in all the black countries which came into contact with the white civilization. In conclusion, I quote the African writer René Moran, author of Batouala, who said, Equatorial Africa was a densely populated area, rich in rubber. There were here all kinds of gardens and farms with plenty of poultry and goats. After only 7 years, everything was destroyed. Villages were in ruins, gardens and farms laid waste, poultry and goats killed. The inhabitants grew weak because they had to work beyond their strength and without any payment. They were thus not sufficiently strong and lacked the time to work their fields. Diseases broke out, famine appeared, the population fell steadily. We should know that they are the descendants of strong and healthy tribes imbued with an enduring and tempered fighting spirit. Here, there is nothing left that can be called civilization. To complete this tragic picture, I want to add one point. French capitalism has never hesitated to drive each region in turn to famine if it might be of advantage to them. In many colonial countries, for example, the Reunion Islands, Algeria, Madagascar, etc., the inhabitants are no longer allowed to grow cereals but have to grow other crops required by French industry. These crops are more profitable to the planters. And this has caused the cost of living in the colonies to rise and often brings about famine. In all the French colonies, famine is on the increase, and so is the people's hatred. The native peasants are ripe for insurrection. In many colonies, they have risen many times, but their uprisings have all been drowned in blood. If at present the peasants still have a passive attitude, the reason is that they still lack organization and leaders. The Communist International must help them organize and provide them with leaders who can show them the road to revolution and liberation. John Riddell. The Long March to Colonial Freedom. Hearty congratulations to Leftward Books for making available in South Asia and online these foundational debates of the global movement for colonial freedom. The appearance of Liberate the Colonies is a significant advance in socialist historical publishing. It has been an honor to work with Leftward's editorial team in compiling this text. Since 1983, I have been engaged in an effort to publish the core record of the Communist International Comintern, the world revolutionary movement in the time of Lenin. Founded in 1919, the Communist International won wide support in colonized countries, and its ideas helped shape the movement for anti-colonial liberation around the world. So far, my collaborators and I have produced 8 volumes of the Comintern Publishing Project, all in print and totaling 7,500 pages, with more on the way. This independent team effort has benefited from the support of scores of socialists on every continent, as well as that of 3 publishing houses, Pathfinder, New York, Brill, Netherlands, and Haymarket Books, Chicago. See below for a list of published volumes. Distortions of the capitalist book industry have obstructed distribution of these books in the Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Despite my team's best efforts, none of these books are fully available online. By publishing the present work in both book and online formats, Leftward is thus promoting greater global accessibility to sources on socialist history. This historical record is vitally important to all those who seek a socialist future. The collective memory of the oppressed provides us with the concepts and vocabulary we use in projecting a social alternative and charting a course of action. Memory is the map of our imagination, providing us with the factual foundation for developing and testing policy. The memory of the oppressed is shaped by social struggles. Where this memory is distorted or lost, it can be rectified and recovered through a process of collective struggle for a new generation to weigh and assess. The Comintern Publishing Project has sought to aid this recovery for a significant segment of our socialist heritage. The present book focuses on the emergence of a global revolutionary movement for colonial liberation that figured centrally in the victories and setbacks registered by peoples of the Global South in the decades that followed. My encounter with the Global South. My own understanding of colonial liberation goes back to the late 1950s. As a teenager in the then very British city of Toronto, I formed friendships with many of the African and Caribbean students who were then blazing the way for a Black presence in Canada's universities. They were inspired by the high tide of independence struggles in their countries, and so was I. I celebrated the triumph in 1959 of the Cuban Revolution and a few years later of the long and costly independence struggle in Algeria. I helped circulate speeches of the great Black leader Malcolm X and joined in the protracted and ultimately successful worldwide effort to force an end to the U.S. war against Vietnam. I wondered how these struggles had originated. How had their ideas germinated and developed? During many years of activity as a socialist organizer and writer, I did not find a satisfactory explanation. Then in 1983, after finishing my shift at a unionized machine shop near Toronto, I received an unexpected visit from two representatives of Pathfinder Press, a socialist publisher in New York. Their proposal? That I head up a decade-long project to translate and publish documents of the Communist International, many of which dealt with the struggle for colonial freedom. I was taken aback. This did flow logically from my metalworking experience, but the Pathfinder reps, Mary Alice Waters and Barry Shepard, insisted that given my wide reading in workers' history, my experience in the global socialist movement, and my knowledge of the main translating languages German, Russian, and French, I was the obvious choice. So I agreed to give it a try. I recruited a team of collaborators, and we headed for the great research libraries of North America and Europe to find source material. As socialist activists without academic credentials, we devised many stratagems to gain admission. We were not always successful. I was myself once thrown out of the Harvard University Library in Boston for lack of a doctorate. 1919, Ho Chi Minh in Versailles. My reading included a biography of the great Vietnamese patriot Ho Chi Minh. In 1919, I learned Ho, then an unknown immigrant worker in Paris, recruited a group of Vietnamese friends into an improvised national delegation. The group boldly entered the Congress of Victorious Imperialist Powers, held in the former Royal Palace in Versailles, France. Ho confronted U.S. President Woodrow Wilson and demanded freedom for his homeland. The Vietnamese delegation got the brush off, but their efforts helped expose the colonialists' real agenda. 2 years earlier, the Soviet government of workers and peasants in Russia, during its first week in office, had granted self-determination to all the colonized peoples within Russia's borders. 2. So great was the impact of this pledge in the colonial world that President Wilson himself had felt obliged to tip his hat to self-determination in his celebrated 14 points. At Versailles, however, Wilson and the other imperialist rulers firmly rejected colonial freedom. This insulting betrayal was deeply felt in colonial countries. In China, it sparked a wave of protests. The early Chinese communist Liu Xiaoshu explained how these actions launched a mass movement. 3, and within half a decade, it evolved into a great revolutionary upsurge. In the same year as Ho's gesture in Versailles, and while the imperialist leaders were still deliberating, the manifesto of the Communist International's founding Congress lent further authority to the Soviet pledge of support for colonial independence. Hopes were high at that time that socialist revolution would sweep west from Russia and overthrow imperialism in France, Britain, the Netherlands, and other European colonial powers. Such victories could have enabled workers in these countries to assure the victory of freedom movements in the long-oppressed colonies. World communism was reaching out to colonized peoples with the goal of consolidating a global movement for colonial freedom. First-hand testimony. During the Comintern Publishing Project's research, our team talked to veteran socialists in many countries, including 3 surviving participants in Comintern gatherings held in Lenin's lifetime, 70 years earlier. In 2 cases, the discussions turned on the task of linking up with colonized peoples. Our first such interview was with Charles Phillips, who, as a U.S. expatriate, had represented the embryonic communists of Mexico at the Second Comintern Congress. Communists then knew little of the great indigenous, peasant, and anti-imperialist uprising in Mexico, led by Emiliano Zapata and Pancho Villa. That topic did not come up in our discussion with Phillips. Still, he told us that Lenin had been anxious to learn more about Mexico and invited him to a personal discussion. Our book on the Second Congress reported on this interview. "What publications do you have to reach the peasantry?" Lenin asked Phillips. "None," Phillips answered, "because they are mostly indigenous and illiterate." "Oh, well, I can understand that," said Lenin. "Of course, but you must find some ways to reach them. If they make up a great proportion of the peasantry, you've got to find a way to reach them. You've got to send out special people who can speak their languages." Struck by this unexpected advice, Phillips fired off a letter to his comrades in Mexico. Our second eyewitness report came from one of the project's Iranian collaborators. He had recently held a discussion with a veteran Iranian socialist, Babayev, who, as a young man and a devout Muslim, had attended the 1920 Baku Congress of the Peoples of the East. Babayev served as a guard. When the call to prayer came, Babayev said he set aside his gun in order to carry out devotions. After that, he would go back to defend with our blood the conference and the resolutions. Inspired by the declaration of holy war against the enemies of revolution, Babayev explained, thousands of people, convinced there was no contradiction between being a Bolshevik communist and a Muslim, joined the Bolshevik ranks. Both these recollections, vivid long after the event, reflect socialist efforts to link up with indigenous expressions of revolt among colonized peoples, even when they found expression in religious guise or in ancient traditions of peasant insurgency. The 1920 Baku Congress as a whole represented an attempt to make this connection. The communist movement's record in those years sparkles with fruitful encounters between revolutionaries of Russia and of the colonial world. Thus, the 1922 speech of Afro-American delegate Claude McKay was given in part because of assistance provided by the head of the Soviet Red Army, Leon Trotsky. At the Fourth Congress in 1922, Tan Malaka portrayed a successful initiative by communists to ally with Muslim anti-imperialists in Indonesia. Tahar Budenga rallied the International to oppose a pro-colonial current within the communist forces in North Africa. Both these delegates called for a more flexible approach to pan-Islamic currents, and an adjustment on this point was incorporated into the Congress resolution. The role of M. Roy. During the crisis of the Russian Civil War in 1920, Lenin took time from his governmental duties to engage in detailed discussion with a previously unknown comrade from India, Manabendra Nath Roy, during which both Lenin and Roy significantly modified their positions. M. Roy had been forced into exile in 1915 for protesting British rule. Like Charles Phillips, he came to the 1920 World Congress as a delegate of Mexican communists. Roy brought with him draft theses on colonial liberation. After reading the theses, Lenin asked for a discussion with Roy. The key point at issue between the two leaders concerned communists' attitude toward bourgeois democratic movements in colonies and semi-colonies. Through discussion, the veteran revolutionary and the Indian newcomer came to a common view, which Lenin explained to the Congress. The colonial liberation movements that deserved communist support could be better termed not bourgeois democratic, but national revolutionary. The concept of a bourgeois democratic overturn was rooted in Marxist understanding of the French Revolution of 1789. Under the leadership of a nascent bourgeois class, the French uprising broke the bonds of feudal absolutism and landlordism, proclaimed the civil rights of all citizens, and strove to create a democratic republic. Marxists saw such changes as opening the road to capitalist development, as did in fact happen in some countries of 19th century Europe. When nationalist uprisings swept Iran, Turkey, and China in the first years of the 20th century, Marxists initially viewed them as an extension of this bourgeois democratic process. Lenin and other communists often termed colonial countries backward, a term that can best be understood as a reference to economic and social backwardness imposed by colonialism. Roy presented this view eloquently in point 6 of his supplementary theses. Lenin himself had challenged the misleading nature of the backward label in a 1913 article, which pointed to the leading role of colonial freedom struggles entitled Backward Europe and Advanced Asia. Such colonialist backwardness was found in Asia and Africa, not only in colonies like India and Indonesia, which were under direct colonial rule, but also in semi-colonies like China or Iran, which, although sovereign in name, were in fact dominated by colonial powers. Defining a strategy. When Marxists described such liberation movements as bourgeois democratic, they did not mean that a colonial bourgeoisie would necessarily take a leadership role. Instead, they used the term to indicate that anti-colonial movements, at least initially, sought democratic and national rights that had been at the core of the national and anti-feudal revolutions in France and elsewhere in Europe. Yet the term bourgeois, applied to the colonies, was ambiguous. It was applied not only to large-scale native capitalists, but also to small-scale independent producers, petty bourgeois. In his report, Lenin states that this term embraces the mass of impoverished peasants, cultivating their tiny parcels of land as miniature bourgeois private enterprises. Clearly, in an anti-colonial uprising, the response of rich native capitalists would be quite different from that of penniless peasants. Drawing on India's experience, Roy perceived two different impulses among those resisting British rule, one among moderate forces, the true bourgeois, who sought only political independence, and the other consisting of the struggle of dispossessed peasants for their liberation from every kind of exploitation. 11. Both Lenin and Roy pointed out that the native capitalist elite in the colonies were rarely a revolutionary force. They were likely to seek a deal with imperialism. Lenin noted a certain rapprochement, and to settle for superficial reforms. The peasantry, the driving force of national revolution, sought by contrast to break the chains of landlordism and usury, and that meant a revolutionary struggle challenging many native capitalists. Lenin and Roy used the term national revolutionary to describe such a mass movement to overthrow colonial rule and oppression of the peasantry. The term held open the possibility that such a process might take a society beyond bourgeois rule in the direction of socialism. The uprising in Russia in 1917 served as an example of such a process in a mostly peasant country. The great mass of peasants joined with the working class in establishing a revolutionary democracy, the Soviet Republic, against the opposition of the rich bourgeois, that is, the capitalist class. The conclusion he had reached with Roy, Lenin stated, "We, as communists, will support the bourgeois freedom movements in the colonial countries only if these movements are genuinely revolutionary and if their exponents are not opposed to us training and organizing the peasantry and the masses of the exploited in a revolutionary spirit." 12. 2 years later, the Fourth Congress resolution on the Eastern question went further. Projecting an extended, lengthy struggle against world imperialism, it called for an anti-imperialist united front in the colonies, a political alliance of the peasant and semi-proletarian masses with the workers' movement. Communist workers' parties should seek both to fight for the most radical possible resolution of the tasks of a bourgeois democratic revolution and also to organize the worker and peasant masses in struggle for their particular class interests. 13. Foremost among the class interests of the peasants was the urgent need for agrarian reform, and the Comintern sought to give the peasant movement the most revolutionary character possible. Peasants were encouraged to form Soviets, that is, rank-and-file councils of the exploited. The working class movement, even if embryonic, was urged to maintain its independence. The goal of national freedom was linked to the prospect that working people would achieve global unity for liberation, while giving particular care and attention to survivals of national feelings among long-oppressed peoples. 14. Roy's contributions to communist debate repeatedly stressed that the social contexts in different colonies were widely divergent. Some were colonies, some semi-colonies. Some of these countries displayed considerable capitalist development. In others, this was lacking. In some colonial countries, there was an industrial proletariat of significant size. In others, industrial workers were few in number. Despite Roy's urgings, the Comintern resolutions refrained from classifying countries in terms of such characterizations, leaving scope for its national affiliates to make judgments based on local conditions and context. A delegate from Khiva. 16 days into the Second Comintern Congress, in August 1920, a delegate arrived from the distant and ancient principality of Khiva in Turkestan, having completed an arduous journey of 4,000 kilometers through territories still shaken by civil conflict. The delegate, Baba Akunde Samilov, represented Soviets' councils of peasants and workers that, under protection of the Soviet Red Army, had thrust aside Khiva's former rulers and established Soviet power. Our only record of Samilov, aside from his brief remarks to the Congress, is a photograph showing his proud bearing as he stands in indigenous dress at the Congress podium. "The peoples of the East will not put down their weapons," he declared, "until the toilers of the whole world have united into a single family." The Soviets' victory in Khiva was the outcome of a contest between bourgeois and worker-peasant forces for leadership of national revolts in Russia's Asian territories, which the Comintern believed would now spread across colonial and semi-colonial countries of Asia and Africa. Delegate from Central Asia, probably Baba Akunde Samilov. Working people of Khiva, now renamed the Soviet Republic of Khorasan, were entering not only a liberation from colonial rule, but also a direct transition from a traditional pre-capitalist society to a process of socialist construction, helped in this by assistance from Soviet Russia and, it was hoped, workers of Western and Central Europe. It was Soviet power in Russia that made such a perspective realistic, not only in Khorasan, but in China, which now bordered on Soviet Russia, and on a Mongolian People's Republic allied with the Soviets, and even southward across the Great Mountains in British-ruled India. This possibility had been affirmed by Lenin, a few days before Samolov's arrival, in his report to the Second Congress. Referring to countries victimized by colonialism, he stated, the help of the proletariat of the advanced countries, the backward countries can arrive at Soviet organization, and, through a series of stages and even avoiding the capitalist system, arrive at communism. 16. Communists should create independent contingents of fighters and party organizations in the colonies, including workers' and peasant Soviets, Lenin explained. These Soviets, that is, rank-and-file action committees, could help drive through the fullest possible achievement of democratic revolution and, moreover, also lead in achieving workers' and peasants' rule and taking initial steps toward socialism. 17. Upsurge in China. In the first years after the 1917 Russian Revolution, communists were imbued with confidence that socialist revolution would soon spread across the world, sweeping both advanced capitalist countries, as well as colonies and semi-colonies into its embrace, uniting both industrial proletarians and peasants in the colonies. The Baku Congress called for holy war against British imperialism. Ho Chi Minh declared in 1924 that the native peasants are ripe for insurrection. In most colonial countries, imperialism managed to reassert its control during the 1920s. But there was an exception, and it was decisive. The vast country of China remained locked in warlordism and civil conflict, shaken by rebellion and deprived of effective central government. Still nominally independent, China had been shackled to world colonialism by defeat in Britain's notorious Opium Wars of the mid-1800s. Yet, although subject to intrusions by all the imperialist powers, China escaped their effective control. In the south, the region around Guangzhou Canton was governed by the Kuomintang GMD, a nationalist movement that was in conflict with imperialism and whose program was in many respects progressive. Was the GMD a revolutionary national movement? There were indications both pro and con. Its attitude to the peasantry promised to be a decisive test. The Chinese communists, still numbering only a few dozen, were quick to form links with the GMD. With Comintern encouragement, GMD delegates attended the Comintern's Far East Congress in 1922, where Georgy Safarov explained to them the communists' approach to their movement. We tell you openly and frankly we support your struggle, now and in the future, to the extent that it is a matter of a nationalistic and democratic uprising for national emancipation. But at the same time, we shall independently carry on our communist work of organizing the proletarian and semi-proletarian masses of China. 18. Communist coexistence with the GMD endured more than 2 decades, during which they were sometimes allied and more often opposed to each other in war. During these years, Comintern policy diverged from its original path and went through a series of abrupt reversals. Communists in China experienced both success and failure, both defeat and ultimate victory. But that is a story for another book. Toward the fall of colonialism. The grip of colonialism in the global South was ultimately loosened by the Second World War, which unfolded in considerable measure as a struggle for colonial liberation. This war began in 1937 with the escalation of Japan's incursion into China and ended 8 years later with imperial rule decisively weakened from Manchuria to British India and beyond. In China, Vietnam, and Northern Korea post-war, revolutionary struggles went beyond capitalism and did indeed take initial steps toward socialism. In the 1960s, revolutionary Cuba set out on a socialist course and applied the Communist International's policies for colonial freedom on a global scale. The process of liberation spread around the world. When South African apartheid was brought down in the 1990s, with decisive aid from Cuba, direct colonial rule had been abolished. Almost everywhere. Despite these and other gains, in recent decades, imperialism has consolidated its strength. The oppression of the global South, compounded by imperialist wars, endures and deepens. Indeed, climate change and environmental collapse threaten the poor countries with utter ruin. In many regions, imperialist oppression in new guise had deepened its grip. Meanwhile, capitalist development has created a stronger material and social basis in these countries for a transition to a society free of oppression and exploitation. Under these changed circumstances, socialists worldwide still draw inspiration from the principles outlined by anti-imperialist fighters a century ago under the banner Liberate the Colonies.